Hi everyone, my name is Victor and I'm one of the authors of TechNeed. Welcome to the RHCE course. As usual, we always compile our playlist into one long video for those who love just one long video, and this is just one of it. And if you also want to follow the playlist, yeah, you can do that. So you can just come to the YouTube channel and then you can follow the playlist. And the advantage of following the playlist is because we always drop the documentation guide to every section, to every lessons that we have in the playlist. And also there are some things you might also want to comment about. You can just comment it on that particular lesson in the playlist. Hi everyone, my name is Victor and I am one of the authors of Technique.com. Today we're going to be looking at the introduction to Ansible. We're going to be looking at what Ansible is, the basic overview of Ansible, the features of Ansible. So this is just an introductory class to Ansible. So what is Ansible? Ansible is an easy to deploy software used for automation and orchestration of IT tasks. Tasks such as configuration and management of numerous computers in a network environment. So for example, say I have hundreds of computers, I have thousands of computers, and I want to manage these computers easily with the use of Ansible. I can do that. So I'm just going to give an instance. So say I want to install patches on thousands of computers, or I want to install the container tools on thousands of nodes. With the use of Ansible, I can just do this at one click, and the installation is going to take place. So I don't have to go to all the servers and do the installation manually or one by one. And what Ansible can also do for me is to automate my processes and orchestrate my processes. So for example, if I want to deploy the Apache web server, normally when you want to do this on your system, what you need to do is to enable the repository. After you enable the repository, then you do yum or DNF install HTTPD. And after that, you allow the service in the firewall rule. All of these things are being done manually. But with the use of Ansible, you can do this automation. You don't have to do all of that manually. At one click, all of these things will be done for you. All the deployments will be done for you. So that is what Ansible can do for you. And that is why I've said that Ansible is a software that is used for automation and orchestration of IT tasks. It can do a lot of IT tasks automatically for you. So that is what Ansible is. So let us look at how Ansible works. So the Ansible software is similar to a server client-based system, and to use Ansible there must be at least two nodes. Yes, of course. There must be the Ansible control node. That is the server where you're going to be installing the Ansible software, and there must also be the managed host, that is the servers that the Ansible node is going to manage. Alright, and if you look at this diagram, you can see that I have Ansible control node, I have Ssh Plugin, I have what is called inventory, managed host, task, module, playbook. This is just an overview of the Ansible, the basic overview of the Ansible architecture. Alright, so let's understand what all of this means. Let's start with the Ansible control node. Like I said the Ansible control node is the node where you're going to be installing the Ansible software on. And so let's talk about the managed host. Like I've also said, the managed hosts are the hosts the Ansible control node is going to be managing. Alright, so you can have hundreds of managed hosts, you can have thousands of managed hosts. So let's talk about inventory. The inventory is the it's just like a repository where you have the managed host. So it contains the information of the managed host. So an inventories can be grouped. You can have managed hosts being grouped in the inventory. Like for example, I can have managed host 1 and managed host 2, and they are being grouped together, and they can also be single. So it depends on how you want to define your managed host in the inventory. But the inventory just contains the information of the managed host. So let's talk about the Ssh plugin. So the Ansible plugin The default Ansible plugin is the SSH. So what connects the Ansible control node, and the managed host is the Ansible plugin. And for Linux machines, of course, you know that by default SSH is shipped with Linux machine. So SSH is sufficient for the connection or the interaction between the Ansible control node and the managed host for Linux machines. But for Windows or other Windows related instances, because they don't have SSH, so you might want to consider using another plugin. And of course, Ansible 2 is shipped with some numbers of plugins. But for Linux machines, SSH is sufficient, and that is why Ansible is agentless. You don't need to install one agent on the managed host, and then the agent will now be the medium of the connection between the Ansible control node and the managed nodes. No, that is not what is happening in Ansible. With Ansible, you don't need any agent. SSH is very, very sufficient, and because you have a Python program here, it will be able to interpret all the Ansible operations. So let's talk about the module or task. The modules are small programs, or rather units of code, Python code specifically, with tasks that are executed from the control node against or on the managed host. So what I'm saying basically is that modules are tasks. Alright, so if I say this is the task, my first task, the first task is install Nginx. Alright, so the module contains those codes with task, and for you to be able to execute the task, you need some tools, and the tools that would enable you to execute tasks or modules in Ansible are the playbook or the haddock. So let's look at what a playbook is. Like I've said, you need a tool to be able to execute tasks in Linux. So the Ansible Playbook is a feature in Ansible that contains units of scripts with instructions and tasks. And these scripts are just simple files written in YAML. Alright, so as we go on in this course, you would understand how to use the basic YAML syntaxes, and when we're creating our playbook, you understand how to do that. And also, haddock is just from the word haddock, is just a simple or basic Ansible commands used to execute Ansible task. So it's either you use a playbook to execute Ansible task, or you use the haddock command to execute the Ansible task. So the summary of everything we've been saying, the summary of the basic overview of the Ansible architecture is this. 1. Ansible will be installed on the control node. Secondly, the inventory files which contains the managed host will be created on the control node. Thirdly, playbook files will be created, and the playbook data will contain plays and modules or tasks. And fourthly, the SSH plugin will be responsible for the connection between the control node and the managed nodes, and this makes Ansible agentless. So if you want to learn more about the introductory class, like the advantages of Ansible and other stuff, you can come to this website. I'm going to be dropping the link to this website in the description section below, but for the video, this is where I'm going to end the lesson. And in the next lesson, we're going to look at the step-by-step process of how to install the Ansible software. So thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel if you have not. Alright, and we have many interesting courses that are coming up, and we don't want you to miss out. And also, that is one of the ways you can encourage and support us, by subscribing, by liking the videos, and by sharing our videos. So thank you once more. Bye for now. Hi everyone, my name is Victor, and I am one of the authors of TechNeed. Today we're going to continue with our course, and we're going to be looking at the step-by-step guide of how to install the Ansible software on a Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 system. In our previous lesson, we looked at the introduction to Ansible, we looked at what Ansible is, we looked at how Ansible works, we also looked at the basic Ansible architecture, where we talked about some features of Ansible, like the Ansible Inventories, the Ansible Plugin, and the likes. We also talked about the Ansible control node, And we said that the Ansible control node or the controller is where the Ansible software is going to be installed. So in this lesson, we're going to install the Ansible software on a Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8 system, which will then become the Ansible control node. To install the Ansible software on a RHEL 8 system, the Ansible repository has to be enabled. So we have the Ansible repository for the major version of the Ansible software. We also have the Ansible repository for the minor version of the Ansible software. So let's use the subscription manager command to see the repositories that we have. So I can do subscription manager repos list. I'm going to grep for Ansible version 2, and I'm going to put star here. All right, so it's taking time, so I guess my network is slow. I'm just going to pause this video, and when this output is displayed, I'm going to continue the video. Okay, now you can see the different repositories that we have. You can see here we have Ansible 2 for RHEL 8-RPMS. So this is the major repository, the repository that would install the major version of the Ansible. All right, and we have the minor versions like 2.8, 2.9. All right, we have the one for 2.9. But in this lesson, we're going to be installing the Ansible version of 2.8. So we're going to be enabling 2.8, the 2.8 version, which is going to be this. All right. If you enable the major version and you install Ansible, Ansible is going to be installed to the latest Ansible version, which is 2.9. All right. But if you enable the version, the repository of the version you want to install, that Ansible version is going to be installed for you. Okay, so since we want to install the Ansible version of 2.8, I can easily do subscription manager repos enable. So I'm just going to copy this 2.8 here, 2.8 here. I'm going to paste this here. Now you can see that the repository has been enabled. Okay, so the next step is to install Ansible. So I can use tnf install Ansible. I can either use tnf or yum install, whichever one. So I can say yes. I don't want you to prompt me all of those questions. So I'm going to pause this video. When the Ansible software is done installing, I'm going to continue the video. All right, it's almost done. So we can just wait a little. Okay, the software has been installed. And to get the version of the Ansible, we can just use the command ansible -- version. Okay, you can see now that the Ansible version we installed is 2.8.18. And to also get the Python version running, if you look at this place, you can see that the Python version is 3.68. And you can also see that the executable location is usr/bin/ansible. So this is how you're going to install Ansible on a Red Hat 8 system. I will also implore you to check the documentation for the class activity. All right, so it's good you go through the class activity, and there are also some things I might have not said in the video that would also be in this documentation. So I'll be dropping the link to this website in the description section below. And please don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like our videos, and share our videos. That is one of the ways you can support us. So thank you for watching, and bye for now. Hi everyone, my name is Victor and I am one of the authors of TechNeed. Today we're going to continue with our course and we're going to be looking at how to build or set up or create Ansible inventory. In our previous lesson, or in two previous lessons, we talked about the introduction to Ansible, where we looked at what Ansible is and the basic architecture of the Ansible infrastructure. All right. So we looked at what the Ansible control node is, and we said that this Ansible control node is where the Ansible software is going to be installed. And in our previous lesson, we deployed the Ansible control node, or rather, we installed the Ansible software on the Ansible control node. All right. And in the two previous lessons, we also talked about an inventory, and we said that Ansible inventory is where the managed host, the information of the managed host is going to be created on. So in this lesson, we're going to be looking at that Ansible inventory. We're going to be looking at how to create this Ansible inventory. If you look at this architecture, so this is just a basic relationship between a control node and the Ansible inventory. So if you look at this, you can see that the Ansible control node is, of course, going to operate against something, and which is the managed host. And the managed host is going to be in the Ansible inventory. So let me say this again. Ansible inventory, from the word inventory, is a file inventory that consists the managed host or group of managed hosts Ansible tasks will operate on. So Ansible tasks will operate on the managed host, and the managed host is in the Ansible inventory. Okay, so there are basically two types of Ansible inventories. We have the static inventory and the dynamic inventory. The dynamic inventories are written in Python code specifying the managed host, while static inventories are written in the INI or YAML data structure specifying the managed host. So in this lesson, I won't want to go outside the scope of the study. What we're going to be doing is to build or create a static inventory using the INI format. For clarity, I'm going to be using this table below to explain. All right. So if you love football, this shouldn't be a problem. And even if you don't know anything about football, this also shouldn't be a problem. But if you love football, then you will really understand what this table means. So now we're going to be using this table, and in this table you can see the host name. This is the FQDN, which is server1.technique.com, server2.technique.com, all the way down to server8.technique.com. Okay, and these two hosts, 1 2, is being grouped into Manchester. All right, this is a group. Server 3 and server 4 is being grouped into Barcelona, and server 5 is not being grouped, it's just a standalone server. And server 6 is being grouped, server 6 and 7 is being grouped to Juve, and server 8 is also a standalone server, it's not been grouped. So this is the nested groups. So when we say nested group, we mean that a group inside of a group. So this is a group, Manchester is a group, and this is the group inside of this group, which is Europe. And for the server 3 and 4, which is the Barcelona group, is also Europe. All right, so this is nested group. This has no nested group, and this group is also Europe. Wow. And this has no nested group. So we're going to be using this table to create our inventory file. We're going to start with the host name, that is the single host name first. So we're going to create inventory file for servers 1 to servers 8. Okay, so let's pay our blast screen a visit to do this. Okay, so this is the Ansible control node. And like I mentioned in the previous lesson, that for you to be able to see the version of the Ansible software that you're running, you can use the command Ansible dash dash version. So you can see that we're running the Ansible version of 2.8.18. And now we're going to create the inventory file for servers 1 to 8 in a single line. So we need to create the inventory file. So I can call the name of the inventory file static ini inventory. You can call it whichever name you want to call it. So I'm going to create the inventory for servers 1 to 8. So this is going to be server 1.technique.com, the same thing as server 2.technique.com, server 3.technique.com. So I can just copy here. I can copy this and I can paste it here. That's server 4, server 5, server 6, server 7, and server 8. So it's going to be 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. I can save this file. But the next thing I need to do is to verify if the Ansible inventory has been created. And to do that, I can just use the command Ansible list. I can say list hosts all, that is all hosts, the inventory file, which is static ini inventory. So you can see that we have, yeah, showing us that we have 7 hosts. There's supposed to be 8 hosts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I don't have server 5 in here. So I can just edit the file again. 4, this is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so let's run the command again. So you can now see that I have the 8 hosts in this inventory, and the hosts are server 1, server 2, server 3 to 8.technique.com. You can also see that the hosts are displayed individually. Okay. In the next lesson, we're going to look at how to create the Ansible inventory file for servers 1 to 8 and put them in a group, just like we mentioned here in this table. This is what we've been working with. And as usual, I'll be dropping the link to this website in the description section below so that you can easily click on it and check the documentation, check the tables, and also you can easily do the class activity after the end of the lesson. All right. And there are also some things that I might not say here in the video, so it's good you look at the documentation, you read through and get the other things I might have not said in the video. So thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel. That is one of the ways you can help us and encourage us to do more of this. And you can also share and like our videos. Bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the second section of this lesson. In the first section, we looked at what Ansible inventory is. We also looked at how we can build the Ansible inventory using this table. We looked at creating servers 1 to servers 8, and we looked at putting all the servers in an inventory file. And we also looked at how to do this in a single line, following the steps which we have here. So in today's lesson, in the second section of this lesson, we're going to look at how to build an Ansible inventory and how to put the hosts in groups. All right. So you can look at this table. You can see that we have some groups. For example, server 1 and server 2 are in the Manchester group, while server 3 and 4 are in the Barcelona group, and server 5 is not in any group, server 8 is not in any group, and server 6 and 7 are in UV group. So let's see how to do this step-by-step guide. So let's edit the inventory file we created in the first section of this lesson. So the inventory file is static any inventory. We're going to be putting this host in groups according to the table. Let me just delete all of this. So for server 1 and server 2, they are in the group Manchester. And so this is the INI data structure. So we need to put this in brackets. We need to put the group in brackets. So this is going to be Manchester. I'm going to put server 1 dot technid.com. Same goes to server 2 dot technid.com. The next group is Barcelona. So I'm just going to say Barcelona. Don't forget this has to be put in brackets. The group has to be put in brackets. And for Barcelona, we have group the host of server 3.technid.com, server 4.technid.com. So for the UV group, we have server 6 and 7. So this is going to be UV server 6.technid.com, server 7.technid.com. Okay, so you can see that I left a space here. If you don't want to leave the space, it's fine. It's still going to work. But I just want to make my inventory file to be neat and tidy. So that's why I'm leaving the space. And we have individual hosts, which are server 5 and 8. Those ones are not in groups. So we need to also put them in this inventory file. So, I can do this if I do server 5.technic.com and server 8.technic.com. So this is wrong because the Ansible software will see this as the host that is still in the UV group. All right. So though they are not close to each other, but then it's going to see it as servers in the UV group. So what you need to do is to put this at the beginning of the inventory file. So you need to put this here. This is going to be server 5.technid.com and server 8.technid.com. Okay, so I can save this file now. So let's verify the inventory file, and to do that, I can use the command ansible list host. So for the group Manchester, I can say Manchester. This is the inventory. So you can see the two groups in the Manchester group. The two hosts in the Manchester group, which are server 1 and server 2. So the same goes to Barcelona. If I do Barcelona, and see that too for Barcelona, and the same too goes for the UV group. If I do UV, and don't forget we also have two servers that are not grouped, so I can just say ungrouped servers. So you can see the two servers that are not grouped. So let's ascertain the fact that you shouldn't put 1 minute. Yeah, that you shouldn't put the managed host, the ungrouped managed host here. It has to be, I said it has to be here. All right. So for example, if I have server 9 dot technid, server 9 dot technid.com, and I also have another host with the IP address 168 171.23, for example. So if I save this file and I look for the hosts that are ungrouped, so you can see that we only have servers 5 and 8. All right. And if I look for, okay, let's cut this file. So you can see that server 9 and server 10, and this one that has the IP address, sorry, it is under the UV group. So if I do for UV, if I check the UV host, so you can see that it has picked these servers. It has picked them as the servers that are under the UV group. So whenever you're working with the inventory file and you need to put an ungrouped server, make sure that you put them at the beginning of the file. Hi everyone, welcome to the third section of this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to continue with how to build and set up the Ansible inventory file. In the previous lessons, we've looked at what Ansible inventory is. We've also looked at how to group the several hosts into different groups in the inventory file, where we grouped server 1 and server 2.technic.com into the Manchester group. We also grouped servers 3 and 4 into the Barcelona group. So we're going to be looking at a nested group in this lesson. Like we explained in the first lesson, that a nested group is a group inside of a group. So we're going to be looking at how to put this Manchester group inside of this Europe group to make it a nested group. So let's bounce to our blast screen and see how we can do this. So this is what we created in the last inventory file rather, where we had server 5 and server 8. I've actually deleted server 9 and the one that contains the IP address. So from the table, like we mentioned, we're going to be creating a nested group. And of course, from that same table, we know that Manchester is servers 1 and 2 are in the Manchester group, 3 and 4 are in the Barcelona group, and 6 and 7 are in the UV group, while 5 and 8 are standalone servers and they are not in any group. So to create a nested group, the Europe nested group, what we need to do is to just come here and put this in the INI format as well. So this is going to be Europe. All right. So to create a nested group, you need to add a parameter called children. So with the parameter children, you are telling the Ansible software that, or the inventory file, that this is going to be a nested group. So for children, this is CHIL. So for this Europe nested group, we're going to be having the Manchester group. We're also going to be having the Barcelona group. Barcelona. We're also going to be having the UV. So 1 minute, let me look at the table again. So on the table, like I said, I'll be dropping the link to this website in the description section below so that you can easily check the table and navigate through. So on the table, the nested groups we have is just Europe, and we have the Manchester, the Barcelona, and the UV group, which has to be a nested group. So, and this is what we've just created. So we can save this file now. All right. So now we can verify that the inventory has been built and nested grouped. So to do that, as usual, we can just use our command, which is Ansible -- list host. So this is going to be Europe, and which inventory file? That's the static INI inventory file. So you can see that we have how many hosts here? We have servers 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 here, which is correct. So these are the hosts in the Europe nested group. Okay, so we should also know that Grouping or net grouping manage host makes administration very easy. Because you might begin to ask that why do I have to make a nested group? So depending on your environment, depending on how large your environment is, sometimes it is always advisable or recommended that you nest group your hosts. It's just to make administration very easy. So let's talk about working with Ansible pattern. Ansible pattern. Okay, 1 minute. Let me just bring up my screen. All right. So Ansible pattern is just how we choose or select or determine the set of hosts we want the Ansible operation or task to operate on. So for example, if I want to list all the number of hosts in the inventory file, I can just say Ansible list hosts. So I can put the star wildcard character just to list the host in to list all the hosts in the inventory file. So you can see that we have 8 hosts in the inventory file, and so we've been able to use the wildcard character to easily, manage the host in the inventory file. So it's just like it's just a normal wildcard pattern. For example, if I also want to do this as technid, I can just say start dash technid.com. So you can also see the number of hosts that we have here. And also, if I also want to select the hosts that are common to Manchester group or part of Manchester group and not part of the Europe group, for example, so I can just say Ansible, I can say Ansible Manchester, all right. I can also put the comma and say Europe. So this is going to be dash dash list hosts. Okay, so I can see that there is no host that matches this particular pattern. So what other example can we do? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop, like I said, I'm going to drop the link to this particular lesson in the description section below. So you can check the various patterns that we used. You can just, play with them. You can also do some class activities on them. And another thing we can also do is to use the graph command. So if I want to check the graphical representation of my inventory files, I can say Ansible inventory dash dash graph. So you can see the graphical representation of this inventory file. So if you don't see this output in your when you're doing your practice, never mind. That could be because of how you installed the Ansible software. So it depends. There are different ways you can install the Ansible software, and however way you installed it, sometimes you might need to work on the Ansible configuration file. And if you have not done or worked on the Ansible configuration file, you might not really get the output of what I'm getting here. So which will take us to the next lesson, and that will be managing and building the Ansible configuration file. So we need to learn how to do that. And by the time you know how to do that, you will understand. If you're not getting this output that I'm getting, you would understand why you're not getting this output and how you can always get this output. So thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel. Bye for now. Hi everyone, my name is Victor and I am one of the authors of Technique. Today we're going to continue with our course and we're going to look at creating and managing the Ansible configuration file. Knowing how to manage the Ansible configuration file is very important. So where's this configuration file located? Or rather, where are these configuration files located? So first of all, let's talk about the global default Ansible configuration file. There is a global default Ansible configuration file, which is located in etc ansible ansible.cfg. So let's even see what we have in this file. So you can see the different parameters in this file. Oh wow, we have a lot of them. So let me just use the pipe command as against the more command as well. Okay, so you can see the different parameters with different headers or section. So for example, this is an header. This is the default header or section, and when you scroll down, you can as well see other headers in this configuration file. So this is another header or section. We have a lot of parameters in here, and you can also see that most of the parameters are displayed in the INI data structure. So what I'm going to do is to display the important parameters we have here, so we can really understand the important parameters. So I'm just going to use the web command to display the parameters, the errors, or rather the different sections that we have in this configuration file. So this is going to be, I'm going to grep that out. So let me just use this command to bring out those different headers that we have. Alright, so you can see the different sections, or rather the headers that we have in this configuration file. So let's talk about the default section. The default section is the general section where some of the default Ansible settings can be defined. If you look at when we displayed this file from the beginning, you can see the different parameters under the default section. So let me just scroll so I can show you that. So this is the default section. You can see that we have different parameters here. We have parameters with their pair. They are in form of the key value pair. So for example, the inventory equals, this is actually the default file for the inventory, the default inventory file rather for Ansible. So etc Ansible host, if you don't want it to be here, of course we've talked about the inventory file in our previous lesson. So if you don't want the inventory file to be here, all you need to do is just change this location and comment this out. And these are other parameters that can be under this default section. So as we go on in this course, you would understand a lot of these different sections and the parameters that we can have under them. So for example, you can see here that under the default section, we can have our inventory file here. All right. We can also have another important parameter I want to show you here is the Sudo User. So we can have the Sudo User, which is root. We can have the ask pass, which is true. So of course the value can be either no or 0. So depending on how you want to define your boolean. So let's talk about the ask pass, which is true. Let's talk about this parameter. So this parameter is used to allow Playbook prompts for a password by default. So if you don't want the Playbook to prompt for a password by default, you need to change this parameter to false, and also of course comment this section out, or you just leave it this way, and then the Playbook would not prompt for password by default. Another important key value pair you should take note of here is the remote port. So you can see that the remote port by default is 22. Like we've ascertained that Ansible is an agentless, if there is that word. So we don't have to use any agents in Ansible. All we need to do is to make sure that the SSH are enabled both on the control node and the manage nodes. So by default, the remote port is 22. If you have changed the SSH default port from 22 to any other port on your managed nodes, that should be specified in the configuration file. All right. So let's talk about the other sections that we have here. So let's talk about the next one, which is the inventory section. So this shouldn't be a new thing because we've talked about inventory, how to create inventory files in the previous lesson. So the inventory section is where the settings related to the inventories are defined. All right. And like I said, that the default location of the inventory file is etc ansible host. So let's just look at this file. Ansible host. So this is the location for the default inventory file. You can as well define your inventory, your nodes here. You can as well define them here. So for example, you can see the DB servers groups here. You can see the different nodes we have under the DB servers. Also, you can see the different nodes we have under the web servers. So this is a location. This is a default location where you can always define your Ansible inventory file. All right, and there are also important parameters that are important values under this section. So what I'm going to be doing is not to waste too much of our time on this video. I'm going to be dropping the link to this particular topic in the description section below, so you can easily check the documentation and check other important things that you might want to see under the inventory section. So let's talk about the next section, which is the privilege escalation section. So this section is also a very important section in the Ansible configuration file. So from the word privilege escalation, it simply means that some tasks would require administrative privileges. So for example, for Windows system, that would be the administrator, while for Linux systems, that would be the root user or the sudo users. So, and the privilege escalation directive can be used to do this. This privilege escalation settings is just for you to say that, oh, okay, if you're executing this particular task, and if the current user you're using to execute this particular task cannot do this, escalate the privilege. So let this particular user do this particular task. So you're saying that, hey, I want to escalate the privilege. And let's even see what we have in the privilege escalation section. Let's just do this. Let's see the parameters we have here. So this is going to be privilege. Alright, so you can see the different parameters we have under the privilege escalation section. So for example, we have the become equals true parameter. So this means that I want privilege escalation to work. So I want this user, I want it to be true. Alright, so I want it to work. That's what it simply means. And you can see the other parameter, which means become method. So which means that you are escalating a privilege as the sudo user, and as the sudo method, you are using the sudo method rather, and of course the user, that's become user, the user that will be doing the particular task which you are escalating the privilege to is the root user. So if you don't want it to be the root user, you can put the particular user. So for example, this can be Michael, this can be Lisa. All right, so of course that means that Lisa or Michael will be among the sudo groups or the real groups. So you're just saying that, okay, I want to escalate this user as a sudo user, and I want this particular user to be root or whatsoever user you define here. All right, and this other parameter, which means this is become ask pass. So this means that you don't want the software to prompt the user for a password. So this is false. If you want it otherwise, if you want a password to be prompted for the user, then you need to change this value. All right. Yeah, we also have the SSH connection header. So you can look at the documentation here. Like I said, I'll be dropping the link to this website in the description section below. You can also see the acceleration section. All right. So what I want to mention is that, you know, that this is the, like before we started, I mentioned that this is the global default configuration file. And of course, the only person that can have an access to this file is the root user or anyone that an access has been granted to have to edit this global default configuration file. So what if we have any other user that is not allowed to edit this file and needs to run the Ansible software? So this will take us to the other important Ansible configuration files that we have. Yeah, apart from this global default Ansible configuration file, there are other important Ansible configuration files which other users can modify to suit whatsoever they want to do while using the Ansible software. So in the next class, we'll look at this important Ansible configuration files and how to create them and how to manage them. All right. So thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel. It is a way you can propel us to do more, and it is a way you can help us as well. Subscribe, like, share, and comment. Thank you once more, and bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the second section of this lesson. In the previous section, we looked at creating and managing the Ansible configuration file. We looked at the Ansible global default configuration file, which is the etc Ansible ansible.cfg. We looked at the different sections or headers we have in this configuration file. We looked at the parameters under each section. We looked at the default section. We looked at the inventory and the privilege escalation section and their different parameters. And we're also meant to understand that if you don't have access to this Ansible global default configuration file, then you will not be able to configure Ansible. Hence why we have other Ansible configuration file. So in today's lesson, we're going to be looking at the other important Ansible configuration files. So apart from the global default configuration file, which is the etc Ansible ansible.cfg, we can also create the Ansible configuration file in the user's home directory. We can also create the Ansible configuration file in the current directory that we will be working on, and we can also create the Ansible configuration file that can be defined by the environment variable. So you can see all these other Ansible configuration files there, and they follow each other in the order of precedence. So which means that this take the highest precedence. So this is higher than this, why this is higher than this, why this is higher than this. So if I have the Ansible configuration file configured here and of course configured here, so this means that the Ansible configuration file will use the configuration file that is defined by the environment variable, because this takes a higher precedence over this. And it's the same thing also goes to the fact that if I have the Ansible configuration file configured here, and I also have the Ansible configuration file configured here, Ansible will use this configuration file because this takes a higher precedence than this. So let's look at how to do this. So let's bounce to our blast screen and see how this can be done. To verify the current Ansible configuration file, you can use the command ansible --version. So you can see that the current Ansible configuration file is etc Ansible ansible.cfg, which is the Ansible global default configuration file. So let's follow the order of precedence from the lowest to the highest, like we mentioned. So let's configure the Ansible configuration file in the user's home directory. So this user is Lisa and this is not the root user. So we're going to configure the configuration file. So let's just do that in this home directory. So this is going to be ansible.cfg, and in this configuration file, just like we have it in the global default configuration file, the same syntax, the same structure is what we're also going to be using here, which is the INI data structure. So here I'm going to have the default header, and in the default header I can put the inventory parameter. So the inventory is going to be in, I think, 2 previous lessons we configured the inventory file, and the name of our inventory file is static inventory. So you can either do it this way because the inventory file is also in the user's home directory. Oh no, I remember we did that as the root user. So this is another user entirely. This is user Lisa. So we can copy that that directory, that file, rather that inventory file, to Lisa's directory. So I can do it this way, or I can just do /home/Lisa/static ini inventory, and the remote user I can make it Lisa. Alright, so for the other header I can do for the privilege escalation, and here I can do become equals true, become user equals root, become method equals sudo, and become ask pass. Ask pass equals false. So if I do Ansible -- version, let's see the configuration file that we have. You can see that the Ansible configuration file has changed to home Lisa Ansible.cfg, and you can also see that this has taken precedence over this. Alright, so this is the way you can configure the Ansible configuration file in the user's home directory. So let's talk about the other configuration file. Let's configure Ansible in a current working directory. So to do that, we're just going to create a directory. So I can just say make directory /home/Lisa /Ansible. Okay, so I can just go to the Ansible directory, and in this Ansible directory I can create the Ansible configuration file. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to copy what I have here to what I have in the Lisa's home directory to home Lisa Ansible.cfg. So I'm just going to do copy. This is going to be home Lisa to, this is Ansible.cfg. So I'm just going to copy it here. So if I do Ansible -- version, so you can see that the Ansible configuration file has changed to home Lisa Ansible.cfg. So you can see the difference here and here. So I already have the Ansible directory, and I have the Ansible configuration file in the directory. But don't forget, you must be in this directory before you can be able to see that the Ansible configuration file is working for this current directory. And whatsoever Ansible operation you're going to be carrying out, you have to be in this directory to be able to carry out that Ansible operation. So this is how you can create the configuration file in a current directory. And lastly, the configuration file can be defined by creating the environment variable, and this is the variable in question, which is the Ansible_config. So I'll be dropping the link to this particular topic in the description box below, so you can easily click on it and navigate through. So we always do this as usual. So this is what you just need to do. You need to export this, and then to this directory you want to define it to, and by the time you do Ansible -- version, you will see the current directory where you've exported these variables to. So this is how these are the other Ansible configuration files. So like I said, it depends on how you want to define yours. You can define yours in any of these 4 ways, but I mean, for me, I'm used to defining the configuration file in the current working directory or in a user's directory, so it's always easier for me that way. So if you also want to participate in the class activity, so I'll be dropping the link. Like I said, I'll be dropping the link to this website in the description section below, to this particular topic actually. So if you want to participate in the class activity, in the class activity, you can do that. All right. And if you also want to check some other things that I might have not said in this video, I might have not said some other things in this video, so you might just want to read through the documentation guide. You are permitted to do that. So thank you once more. In the next topic, we're going to be looking at how to use the Ansible ad hoc command. Hi everyone, my name is Victor and I am one of the authors of Technique. Today we're going to continue with our course, and we're going to be looking at understanding and using the Ansible ad hoc command. Before we look at this chapter, we're going to set up our lab. In the previous lessons, we've looked at what Ansible is, we've looked at how to create the Ansible inventory file. We've also looked at how to configure, or rather how to create the different Ansible configuration files. So before we look at how to use the Ansible ad hoc command, we need to actually set up our lab. So we're going to be using 2 nodes. Here is the first node, which is the Ansible control node. So if I do IP-A, you can see that this node has the IP of 192.168.72.141, and the second node, which is the managed host, which is HQS-dev1. If I do IP-A, you can see that the second node has the IP of 192.168.72.140. So these are the 2 nodes that we're going to be working with. The first node, which is the Ansible node, is going to be the of course the control node, and we're also going to use it as the managed host as well. So the host name for this is DRS-dev1, while the one for the managed node, the host name is HQS-dev1. Alright, so what we need to do is to make sure that it can resolve the IP to the host name. So that's what we're going to do. So let's just start with the control node first. So to do that, of course, you can use your DNS, or you can use the etc host file. So I'm just going to use the etc host file. So here I can add 192.168.72.141. This is DRS-dev1, and this is going to be DRS-dev1.technique.com. So I don't need to put any canonical. So for the second host, this is going to be 192.168.72.140. This is going to be HQS dev1, and this is going to be HQS dev1.technit.com. So if I ping drs dev1.technit.com, so you can see that it's replying. So if I also do that with the HQS, it should also reply. Oops, sorry, HQS, not HQSS. So you can see that this is also replying. So we're going to also do this for the second node as well. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it. I'm just going to copy the same here, and I'm going to paste it on HQS dev1. So this is HQS dev1. So I'm just going to paste this here. Oops. Yes, I must have copied the wrong thing. Okay, so let me just start then. This is going to be 192.168.72.141 drs dev1 dev1.technit.com. So the same thing here. This is going to be 140. This is going to be HQS. This is going to be HQS. So if I ping HQS dev1.technit.com, it should reply. And if I also ping drs dev1, this should also reply. So this is fine. So we're also going to be working with the user Lisa. So let's see if I have Lisa here. Lisa is going to be the user that is going to be using the Ansible software. So Lisa will be the user that will be doing all the Ansible operations. So on drs dev1, I have Lisa. If I check HQS dev1 2, I should also have the user Lisa. So you can see that I have the user Lisa on HQS dev1. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that Lisa is a sudo user. So on drs dev1, I can just look at the syntax. In case you forget, you can just look at the syntax. So this is sudo as, or you can do sudo.conf. Alright, so what I want to do is I don't want to add Lisa to the rules group because I just want to pick the whole password policy thing. This should be sudo as. Alright, so you can see where you can always pick the syntaxes from. So what I want to do is I'm going to be picking this. This says allow people in group to run all commands, allow root to run all commands. This one is same thing without the password. So, and this is what I want. I want to be able to run all the commands, and I don't want you to prompt me for a password. So I'm just going to copy this syntax here rather, and I can just create a drop-in file for the user Lisa in the sudoers.d file. So this is going to be Lisa. So I need to change this to Lisa. So of course, if I cut this file, oops, this is cut here. Alright, so I'm also going to copy this and I'm I'm going to do this on the manage nodes as well. So this is HQS dev 1. Let me just clear the screen. I'm going to do vim etc sudo as.d lisa. So I'm going to save the file. Alright, so now on the manage nodes, we know that Lisa is going to be the one that will be doing the Ansible operation. Lisa will be executing the task, so that is fine. The next thing we need to do is to create the Ansible configuration file, and we're going to be doing that on the manage node, on the Ansible control node. So this is the Ansible control node DRS dev 1. So I can just create the directory called, okay, I need to log in as Lisa. So I'm going to do that immediately. Just going to log in as Lisa. Alright, you can see now that I'm logged in as Lisa. So I'm going to make the directory called Ansible. Alright, so I can cd to Ansible, and here I can create my Ansible configuration file. So I can have the default header here, and I can have the inventory here. So the inventory parameter is going to be in /home/lisa/Ansible directory. I'm going to call it static ini inventory. So we're going to create this inventory file, and here I'm going to have the remote user. Remote user is going to be Lisa, and the ask pass. So I'm still going to remove this parameter actually, because I want to be very sure that I have the configuration, I have everything well configured. Okay, let me just remove it now, because I don't want it to always prompt us for password. Privilege escalation, going to have become equals true, become user equals root, become method equals sudo, and become ask pass is false. Alright, so I have the Ansible configuration file here. Don't forget, in this present working directory. So I can also create the inventory file. So the inventory file is static, just as we defined it in this configuration file. Is static ini inventory. So in the inventory file, the managed node, rather, we only have one managed node, and the managed node is HQS dev1.technit.com. So don't forget, because I said that I'll also be using the control node as the managed node as well. So let's just assume that we have two managed nodes, and the control node is DRS dev1.technit.com. You can also make it localhost. So even if you don't put localhost here, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to put it here. So these are the way I'm defining my managed nodes. And also I can also say, okay, I want to put some nodes in groups. So let's say group 1. I'm going to put both HQS dev1.technit.com in group 1 and DRS dev1.technit.com and localhost. They are the same thing. So why I'm doing this is that I might just want to execute a command against group 1. So that means the commands are going to be executed against HQS and DRS. DRS is the same thing as localhost. And I might also want to just execute a command only against HQS. So I'm just going to pick only HQS, or only against localhost. I'm just going to pick the localhost. So I can even just can just remove this so it won't be any some sort of confusion. So if you have any other thing that we need to put here as we go on in this course, we will keep adding it here in the configuration file. So let's test our lab. You might not know what I'm doing now if you're not conversant in using Ansible, but don't worry. By the time we begin the Ansible add-on command, you would really understand what I've done. So this is just, I'm just trying to use an add-on command here. So this is hqs dev1 on hqsdev1.technique.com. I'm going to use the, of course, the command module. Let me just use the argument uptime. Okay, you can see that I can't reach this host. It's saying fail to connect to the host via SSH. Lisa at hqsdev1.technique.com. Let me try localhost, which is the control node itself. Yes. Okay, so I can't reach this too. Let's try DRS. Of course, localhost is still the same thing as DRS dev1.technique.com. So I can't reach this as well. So let's just try one thing here. Ask pass equals true. Though I don't want this to be here, but let's just say something so we can be able to troubleshoot what the issue might be. Alright, so you can see that I can actually reach the HQS dev1, which is the manage node, when I put the ask pass. So that means it just wants me to put in the password. So I have not done something I should do here, and that is we need to configure the SSH key based authentication and not password based authentication. So I'm just going to remove this, and we're going to configure the SSH key based authentication. Let's generate the SSH key. So this is going to be SSH key gen. Alright, so I'm just going to copy the public key to the managed host. So I'm going to do SSH copy ID. I'm going to do for Lisa at hqsdev1.technique.com. Alright, so we can see the number of keys added is 1. So now let's try and SSH into hqsdev1 with Lisa. So let's see if we're going to be prompted password or not. Alright, so this is good. We can now SSH into hqsdev1 via Lisa. So let's run the command again. That's Ansible hqsdev1.technique.com. I'm going to do for uptime. Okay, so I'm not in the Ansible directory. So like I said, we configured Ansible in the current directory. Alright, so this is good. You can now see that we can get the uptime status of hqsdev1. So let's try for the other node, which is the local host. So let me just do local host here. So we cannot still connect to the local host via SSH. So we also need to generate the SSH key. We already have it generated, so we will just have to copy it. So I'm just going to do SSH copy ID to Lisa at drsdev1.technic.com. Alright, so let's try again. So you can see that we can now connect to the local host. So this is fine. If I do all, so we only have just 2 nodes. So let's just do all. Oh, sorry that I have to actually have to go to the Ansible directory. Alright, so this is fine. We can connect to HQS dev1. We can also connect to DRS dev1, which is the same thing as the local host. So I'm just going to edit this file here. I don't want this to be happening in case we need to, execute the Ansible command against all nodes. So I don't want to be doing that twice. I need to edit this file. Static in inventory. So I'm going to remove DRS dev1. So I'm just going to have localhost. Alright, so this is fine. Okay, so now we have the localhost and we have the hqsdev1.technic.com. So we've been able to set up our lab. With this, we can, run our Ansible task, run any Ansible operation that we want to run. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to use the ad hoc command, and then we'll proceed from there. So thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like our videos, share our videos, comment on our videos. This is how you can help us to do more, because we really want to do more for you guys, but please help us too so we can do more. Thank you once more. And in the advent where we need to escalate our privilege, don't forget you need to actually understand the Ansible configuration file, and that's why I've been saying that you need to do that, and that's why I took my time to explain it in the previous videos. You can see that we're going to be escalating our privilege as root, and we've already said become as pass equals false. So in case we get to the stage where we need to escalate our privilege, then we might also need to copy the SSH keys for the root user and not for the Lisa user. All right. So when we get to that, we'll know how to cross the bridge. But for now, just leave it as this. It's fine as this. Just leave everything as we have done this. And in the next video, we're going to continue. Thank you. Bye for now. And please don't forget to subscribe to this channel. Subscribe, like, share, and comment. And thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hi everyone, my name is Victor and I'm one of the authors of TechNeed. Today we're going to continue with our course. We're going to be looking at understanding and using the Ansible ad hoc command. In our previous lesson, we've looked at how to create lab for this exercise. So we've created our labs and we've created the Ansible control node and also an Ansible managed node. All right. So now let's understand what Ansible ad hoc is. So from the word ad hoc, which means impromptu, which means basic. So Ansible ad hoc is just the basic Ansible command. That's all. It is the basic Ansible command that is used to execute Ansible operations or tasks in a very simple way. In a very, very simple way. So let me give an instance. If you need to get the uptime of a particular node, what you should use is the basic Ansible command, and which is just the basic Ansible ad hoc. I mean, you don't want to begin to write a playbook to be able to get the uptime of a server, or you don't want to begin to write a playbook to just quickly know who is logged on to a server. So with the Ansible add command, you can easily execute Ansible operations in a very simple way, right? So that's what Ansible adhoc is. And the Ansible adhoc can be used to also manage files, all right? So it can, of course, it can be used to carry out a very quick Ansible task in no time, and it can interact with both Ansible control node and manage nodes, all right? And Ansible adhoc can be used to also manage packages, reboot servers, manage users and groups, and it can do so many other things. So how do we run this Ansible adhoc? To be able to run the Ansible adhoc command, you just need to follow this basic syntax. So you can do Ansible, the managed host, or whatsoever host you want to execute the Ansible task on, -m, the module, -a, and the argument. So what this means is Ansible, which is the utility or tool, then the managed host. The managed host can be hqsdev1.technic.com or whatsoever managed host it is, and the -m is just to use the type of module you want to use as against the Ansible task, and -a is the argument. So there are other options anyways that can be added to this basic syntax, but we'll look at that as we go on in this course. So let us even understand what module is, because we talked about module. I know that in the previous lesson, I've also talked about module when I introduced Ansible, but then let us look at what module is again. Modules are small programs, or rather units of code with tasks, Python code specifically, which are executed from a control node on managed host using the Ansible adhoc command or Ansible Playbook. So modules are just like bomb, like the real bomb you use to execute your Ansible task, right? So they are just basically task plugins, and the Ansible software by default has various modules. Like we have a lot of modules. So let's see some of them. Like I said, by default, Ansible came with its own module, and so to see the default modules Ansible came with, we can use the command Ansible doc-l. So it's going to show you all the list of the modules we have. So it's taking its time. All right. So you can see that we have a lot of modules here. If I press the space bar, I can keep scrolling down to see the different modules we have. And you can also see the function of the modules. So you can see, for example, Azure_RM_CDN profile_facts. This will get the Azure CDN profile facts. So if you scroll down, you will see a lot of modules here. So for example, let's even look at what YUM module would do. So let's look at YUM. You can see the YUM module. You can see that YUM module manages packages with the, of course, with the YUM whatever. So you can see the YUM_repository. This add or remove YUM repositories. All right. So you can see the different modules we have here. To know the number of modules this Ansible version has, of course, we can use the we can pipe it to the WC command to just see the number of modules we have here. So you can see that we have about 2,834 modules. So with this, our Ansible version, these are the number of modules we have. And of course, you can also use external modules, but for our course, these modules are enough for us. Also, to get more information about a module, you can check the manual page of the module, and to do that, you can just do Ansible doc, then the name of the module. So for example, the YUM module, you can do Ansible-doc YUM. This will give you a lot of information about the YUM module. So you can see the YUM module here. You can see that it says installs, upgrade, downgrades, removes, and lists packages and groups with the YUM package manager. This module only works on Python 2. If you require Python 3 support, see the DNF module. All right, so you can see the different options in this mode, and you can see that it's saying equals to is mandatory. So of course this dash is not mandatory. This is just allow underscore downgrade, and you can see what this is doing. You can see what this option is doing. So option also means the same thing as argument. Like I explained, I said to use the Ansible ad hoc, you use Ansible managed host, the module and the argument. So this argument also means option. All right, so you can either use the word option or you can either use the word argument. The M here stands for module. So I think we're going to get to the chief editor to edit this part of the document. This is just module. This just represents module. All right, so like I was saying, we have different options or arguments. So this is the allow downgrade, and this is not mandatory. All right, so if you press the space bar, you will see other options. This is auto remove, bug fix, conf underscore file. When you press your space bar, you can see these different options. You can see the different notes we have here. You can see the different examples we also have. So for example, if you want to use the YOMP module, but this is actually for a playbook, all right, so when we get to the playbook section, you would understand better, but these are options anyway. For example, this is not option, this is just the module. All right, so this is just showing you the examples of how to use the module, all right, in the playbook. This is not for ad hoc, this is just for a playbook. So what we're trying to say in essence is that you can get more information about a module. You can get the manual page about a module by using the command ansible underscore ansible dash doc, then the name of the module. Don't worry, Ansible is a very interesting software. By the time we get on this course real time, you would understand all of this better. Like, you will really get it and you will really understand it. But don't worry if you don't really get it for now. By the time we begin to do this in practice, this will just be at the top of your finger. So let's look at the default mode while executing the Ansible ad hoc. So there is actually a default module while executing the Ansible ad hoc. So you may either use this default module, you may either specify it, and you may not specify it. It depends. And this default module is the command module. So if no module is specified while executing Ansible commands, Ansible assumes that the command module is being used. All right, so this is just the default module. And of course, if you want to look at the command, more information about the command module, just do Ansible doc. This is going to be command. And so let's see what we have. So you can see the command module here. It says, the manual page says that the command module takes the command name followed by a list of space, delimited argument, blah blah blah, and these are the options that you can use with the command module. So when you scroll down, you can see different options and you can see different notes as well, and you can also see the examples of how the command module can be used. So this is just the man page, just like when you do man ls, just when you want to check the man page of list or man cart and all of that. So this is just the man page. So having understood what Ansible ad hoc command is, what a module is, and what arguments are, so let's see the step-by-step guide of how to actually use this Ansible ad hoc in a real-life scenario. All right, so let's bounce to our black screen and let's see how this can be done. Oh, I've forgotten, I don't want this to be a very long session because I want it to be interesting. So I think I will do that in the next lesson. All right, so thank you for watching this video, and please subscribe to this channel, like, share, and comment. This is how you can help us to do more. We have a lot of topics, a lot of courses that we want to bring to you guys. So when you subscribe, when you comment, when you share, when you like, you're going to help us to bring more of this to you. Thank you once more, and bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the second section of this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to be looking at the step-by-step guide of how to use the Ansible add hoc command. In the previous lesson, we looked at what Ansible add hoc command is. We looked at how to use the Ansible add hoc command. We looked at the different modules we have, and we also looked at the way we can check out for more information about the different modules. So in this lesson, we're just going to go to the step-by-step guide of how to use the Ansible add hoc command. So this is the Ansible control node. What we want to do now is to get the duration the HQS dev1 node has been running, which is the managed node. So what we can do is to go to the Ansible directory. So don't forget, this is where we have our Ansible configuration file, and this is where we have the inventory file. So in this directory, I'm going to be running the add hoc command. So to do that, I'm going to do Ansible HQS dev1 .technic.com -m, which means module. So like I said, the default module for Ansible whenever you're running the Ansible command is the command module. So if you wish, you can put the command module, and even if you don't put the command module, Ansible software will assume that you are using the command module. But just that we are doing this for the first time, so let's just put the command module. So this is going to be command, and then followed by the argument, and the argument here is uptime. So you can see that for the server HQS dev1, you can see the uptime of the system, and you can see the other information too. 3 users currently logged on. You can see the load average. Also, to see the number of users that are currently logged on, like I just said, of course, you can use the command who. So you can see that we currently have 3 users. Lisa logged on onto this terminal and this terminal, and we also have root logged on onto this terminal. Let's run this command and let's remove the command module. You can see that we have removed the command module, and I'm also going to do this as against all the nodes in the system, or in the inventory file rather. So it's taking its time, so this is fine. So you can see for HQS dev1, we got the same result, and for the local host, which is this host, which is the Ansible control node, which is this, we also got the same result. Okay, here we have Lisa logged in into 3 different terminals. All right. We can also execute this as against group 1. Okay, so we have group 1 in the inventory. So if I do this, this is going to be group 1. And I'm going to do for uptime. So you can see that by default, Ansible is assuming that you're using the command module. We've been able to ascertain this fact. Alright, so you can see that for the HQS dev1.technic.com node, this is the uptime, and for the local host, this is the uptime. There are also other options that you can use with this same add hoc command. So for example, if I use the -u option, so this is just an option for the Ansible operation to be executed as the user that is different from the one in the configuration file. So if I specify the user here, for example, I say -u Michael, so I'm saying that Ansible should execute this command as this user and forget the one in the configuration file. All right. So, but don't forget that this user must, however, meet the conditions in the configuration file. And also, you can also use the -become command for the privilege escalation. So, for example, if you don't want to, if you want to overwrite the one in the configuration file, you want to use this -- become another user as the escalated privilege user. So this is another option that can be used. You also have the -I option, which will specify that you want to use a different inventory file. All right. So these are different options that can be used. So as usual, I'll be dropping the link to this website, the link to this documentation guide in the description box below, so you can navigate through and see some other things, see the options -U. All right. So there are things that I might have not said in this video, which is in the documentation. So if you wish to check out the documentation, just see the link in the description box below. Let's move more advanced a bit. So we're going to use the Ansible add command with the copy module. We are going to use the copy module to create a file and add content to that file. So to do that, we're going to say Ansible all on all nodes, on all managed nodes, then module. This is going to be copy and argument, the argument for, or the options for the copy module. So I can start with the content. So I'm going to say content, and the content is, so let me just use this one single quote to start the argument. So content, I can just say this is a test file, and destination can be /etc/file1. So we are going to be the one to create this destination file, which is etc file1, and in this destination file we're going to be adding the content. This is a test file. So let's close the argument with this comma as well, with this inverted comma as well, because I opened it with this, so I have to close it too with this inverted comma. If I use double quote here, that means I have to use double quote here too as well. So if I can either use double quote here and use single quote here, or I can either use single quote here or double quote here, whichever one, it does not matter. So it's taking its time to do this. All right. So when you look at this, you can see that here, you can see that this has been done. So when you run an Ansible command like that, or an Ansible add command, you should always look for the colors. So when you see a color which is yellow like this, it means that a change has been done. When you see a color which is red, it means that there is no change and there is an error probably. And when you see a color that is green, it means that like I said Ansible is idempotent. It means that of course the Ansible operation worked, but there was no change, or rather there is no change, and that's because Ansible is idempotent. So whatever change that has been done, if there's a change that has been done before and you execute that command again, it will just tell you that the command has been executed, but everything still remains the same because there was no change, but then the Ansible operation worked. Don't worry, as we go on you would understand better. So when you look at this now, you can see what hqsdev1.technique.com is saying. It's saying that there's a change. Of course, we have some Ansible facts and blah blah blah. And when you scroll down as well, you can also see the local host. You can see that there's a change. And after all, I told you that when you see the color yellow, it means that there is a change or a change has been done. We can verify our changes by logging into the manage node and see that that file has been created, or we can also use the Ansible ad hoc, and which is even the smartest way. You can use the Ansible ad hoc command to also verify. So to do that, I'm going to be having Ansible all. So I told you I'm going to be using the argument. So the argument is going to be cat etc file1. So I'm going to put this is cat So it's taking its time. Alright, so you can see that there is a change. When we cut this file for HQS dev 1, we can see that the file is created and this is the content of the file. This is a test file. And for the local host, you can also see that this is the content of the file. This is a test file. And also, you should always look at the return code. So you can see that the return code is 0. And when you have a return code to be 0, so that means that the change was successful. So let's do one more thing. Let's run this command again. It's taking its time. Now you can see that it is green. So like I said Ansible operations are idempotent. Now it's just telling us that fine, there is the Ansible operation worked, but then this operation already existed, and that is why it is showing us this green color. If I run this command again, I can run it as many times as possible, and that is what idempotent means, which is very, very good, and that is what has made Ansible software a very smart software. So no matter how many times you run this command, you will keep getting this green color telling you that, hey, fine, this operation worked, but then we already have these changes made before, and that is why it is green. If it is a new change, you will not see this color green, you will see the color yellow. Okay, so let's do something. Let's create another file. Let's call this etc file 2. All right, so now we've edited file 1 to file 2 here. Now let's do this. I've pressed the enter key and it's taking its time. So you can see that the color is yellow, telling you that the Ansible operation worked and there is a change. A change was made. All right. So, but if you see the color red, that is a danger zone. You should look at your command again. And just like I have said, to know how to use this module or to get more information about this module, you can always use the module man page. So for example, for the copy module, you can do Ansible doc copy. You can see what the module is doing. This is, of course, module copies the file from blah blah blah, and you can see the options. You can see attributes. So which option did we use in this case? We used the destination option. All right, so let's see here. You can see equals test. We use the destination option, and we also use the content option. So you can see that you don't have any issues, just like when you're running your normal command, Linux command. When you're stuck, all you need to do is to check your man page. So the same thing goes with Ansible. When you're stuck, just check the Ansible man page for that module, and then you're fine. So you can see the destination argument here, or option, like I've said, remote absolute path where the file should be copied to. So this is it. And content, which says when used instead of SRC. So of course there's the SRC option. That's what it's telling you. Set the content of the file directly to the specified value. For advanced, blah blah blah. So you can read more about this. Again, let's use the Ansible add-on command with the user module. So this time around, we're going to be creating the user Oyinlola. So Oyinlola is a very good friend of mine. I'm going to actually forward this video to her. So we're going to be creating the username Oyinlola with the user module using the Ansible add-on command. So to do that, of course, we're going to do Ansible all. I'm going to do that on all nodes. And this is going to be the module, and this is going to be user module as against the argument, and the argument is going to be name equals Oyinlola. So you can see that I have the one quote here, and I also have one quote here. So because I'm using only one argument, if I wish, I can leave the quote there, and if I wish, I can also remove the quotes. It doesn't matter. So let's do this. It's taking its time to create the user. All right, so you can see that the user has been created. We have the yellow color rather, and you can see the HQS dev1.technique node. You can see that there are changes. You can see that here it is changed, and you can see the user ID. So because we didn't specify all of this in the argument section, it automatically gave it a default user ID. It automatically gave it, of course, a primary group, and it automatically gave it a home directory as well, which is /home/oyinlola on this node and also on this node as well. So we can confirm that we have this user created, and to do that, of course, we can do Ansible call. I can use the argument module, and I can say ID Oyinlola. So it's taking its time to bring the ID out. Alright, so you can see we have the return code, of course, which is 0. You can see the name on hqsdev1.technique.com. You can see the username Oyinlola, and on localhost you can also see the username Oyinlola. So I'm going to be forwarding this video to Oyinlola. She's my very good friend, actually. So this is how you're going to use the Ansible ad hoc command. Like I said, I'll be dropping the link to this lesson in the description box so you can look at the class activity, and if you wish you can also glance through the documentation guide. So I mean, you need to get more information to be able to grasp the Ansible ad hoc command, and if you wish, of course, just run through the documentation guide. And don't forget, like I always say, please subscribe to this channel, like, share and comment. This is how you can help us. This is how you can give back to us. Alright, thank you once more, and I'm going to see you in the next lesson. Bye for now. Hi everyone, my name is Victor and I'm one of the authors of Technique. Today we're going to continue with our course. Well, it feels good to always move forward. I'll be looking forward to when we'll get to this particular lesson, which is writing, running, and managing the Ansible Playbook. Alright, so if you've been following me right from the beginning of this lesson, when we introduced what Ansible is, we talked about Ansible, we talked about a lot of features and components of Ansible. We also looked at the infrastructure of Ansible. We talked about Playbook, we talked about Ansible ad hoc, and we say that Ansible ad hoc command executes Ansible task as well, but it can be compared to using the Ansible Playbook to execute Ansible task, and that's because Ansible ad hoc is limited. Alright, so as a matter of fact, if you execute Ansible task with Ansible ad hoc, not all tasks, but some of the tasks, those tasks will not work as idempotent tasks. But with Playbook, all tasks will be idempotent. All tasks can be reusable. All tasks are not limited in any way compared to when using the Ansible ad hoc command. Yes, Ansible ad hoc is very fast. If you quickly need to get an information using the Ansible ad hoc, in no time you will get that information. But it can't do so many things. If you need to run, if you need to orchestrate a task, of course you cannot use the ad hoc to do that. So the ad hoc is just limited in its own way, and that is why we're going to be learning how to use the Playbook to execute Ansible task. Yeah, ad hoc to execute task, but Playbook will do more of task execution than the ad hoc. Yeah, so we talked about what Ansible Playbook is, and you can see that the Ansible Playbook is a unit of script that contains Ansible instructions or tasks. Yeah, so the scripts are written, they are a simple line of codes, which is true, and they are written in human readable form. They are written in YAML language, YAML, which means yet another markup language. So I'll be dropping the link to this particular lesson in the description box below if you want to learn more about what Ansible Playbook is, you can of course read more about it. But I'm just going to, explain this to you in my own language. So let's talk about a playbook. You've seen that um, we've written it here that a playbook is just a line of code. Yeah, it's a script. It's a script in form of YAML language. And of course, a playbook is very flexible, and if you're writing a playbook, you should always write it in a very neat and systematic way. You should always, because YAML languages are some sort of languages that when you write it in a systematic way, you can easily read your script, you can easily read your code, and that has made playbook more smart and very popular orchestration tool that is being used out there these days. Playbook can become your documentation. Your code can become your documentation. All you need to do is to write it in a very smart way, in a very systematic way. And even if you're having issues, you can easily debug the issues because your code is your documentation, because you have named all your codes, and when troubleshooting, you can easily troubleshoot your code. So how do we write the Ansible playbook? When writing a playbook, indentation matters a lot. And when I say indentation, I mean the parent-child relationships, just the same way you have indentations in YAML syntax. So the indentation or the structure of a playbook matters. If you don't do this rightly, then your playbook will not run. If your indentations are not well placed, then your playbook will not run. So indentation with white spacings matters a lot in the playbook. So like I have said, since we configured Ansible to work in a current directory, so we need to go to that directory. So if I do ls, you can see the Ansible configuration file and the inventory file. So in this directory, we're going to be writing our playbook here. So to write the playbook, of course, I can call this any name, and I can also make sure that it ends with the .yml extension. So I'm going to call this my first playbook .yml. Alright, so you should know that a playbook must contain at least a play and a task. So when we say a play defines a host or group of hosts that will be mapped to a task or group of tasks. A task, on the other hand, is an instruction or Ansible operation that will be executed on the managed host with the use of modules and or arguments. So when we talked about the Ansible ad-hoc, we used some modules, and it is this modules that helps us execute the task. And of course, modules too comes with different arguments. Yeah, so let's write our first playbook. A playbook, like I said, must contain a play, and if you want to start a playbook, you can put this 3- if you wish, and if you don't wish, you can also remove it. I mean, that's just how you start a YAML syntax. So I'm going to put this, and I'm going to name my first play. So this is going to be dash, and this is going to be the parameter to name the first play, and the parameter is name. So I can just say my first play. All right. You notice that this dictionary is starting a list of item, and the list of item is starting with the name syntax, and you can see that it's a key value pair syntax. This is the key, and this is the value, which is my first play. So a list of item would always begin with a dash. Another list that will be in this item is host, and the host can be hqs-dev1.technid.com. so this is the managed host. And another list of item here is going to be task, tasks task. All right, so this task too is going to have its own list of items. Under the task, we can give a task name. So this can be name. So when I pressed enter, you see that it automatically pushed it to the right hand side. So like I said, indentation matters. I'm going to push it back a bit because I want you to understand this explicitly first. Then later on we'll talk about other ways you can do your indentation. And also to make this easy for us, so that you can easily understand, we need to edit the VIM tool to suit what we're doing. But before we edit this VIM tool, let's continue first. So under the task dictionary, I'm going to have another list of items, and I'm going to call this name. So I'm going to name the task, and I'm going to say copy file 1 to directory 1. So that's the name of the task. So this is task 1 actually. So I can just say this is task 1 to make it easier for us. This is task 1. And under this task, what is going to help us to execute this task is a module, and the module is the copy module. So it's going to be directly under the name of the task. So if you wish, you might not name this task, you might just put the dash in front of copy. But like I said, be smart while writing your playbook. Always be smart. Make sure that you name your plays and tasks so that if there's any issue, you can easily debug it. So in this case, you can see that we've named our play. If I wish, I might not even name this play. I will just start right away from host, and I'll put the dash here. So my list of items is just going to start from host. The same thing as the task. If I wish, I might not name the task, but it is a very good idea to always do this. So like I was saying, the copy module will help us to copy file 1 to directory 1. And we have arguments. Like I said, we have modules and argument or option. So for argument, this needs to be directly under copy. And directly under copy, you need to give a space. And when you give a space, so you can use the argument source. So the source is going to be from /etc. We created a file called file1 and file2, and then the destination also is going to be in, let's take this to /tmp/directory1. At this junction, you have been able to successfully write a playbook, and our playbook contains one play and one task. And the task is to copy this file in etc file1 to tmp directory 1. So you can see that writing a playbook is very easy. This is how you need to write a playbook. A playbook must contain at least one play and at least one task. Of course, a playbook can contain many plays and many tasks, and a play can also contain many tasks. As we go on in this course, we will see how to write playbook with different plays and with different tasks. But I would just quickly like to explain something here. Lord Jesus, please teach me how to teach you guys so you can really understand. Okay, so this is what I'm going to explain. You can see the dictionaries we have here, and you can see that, like I said, this is a parent-child relationship thing. So you can see that for task, we don't have a name for the value of task. So task is carrying another list of items, which is name and copy. And in the list of items, you can see that this dictionary has its own value, which is copy file 1 to directory 1, and this is the task 1. And you can also see that for copy, the value of, there's no value for copy, but value has another dictionary, which is SRC, and which is the argument SRC and destination. If I put SRC here, for example, running this playbook would not work. Like I said, indentation matters a lot. Indentation, which means child relationship, matters a lot. If it is wrong, then everything about your playbook will be wrong. So this has to be under copy module, and the copy module has to be directly under the name of this task, while the name of this task has to be directly under with a space under task. So if I wish, I can give a space just to say that this is a task, but then even this task, I cannot put the task here. The task needs to be directly under host, and that's why I said indentation matters a lot. All right, moving forward, let's add a second task to this play. So this has to be here. All right, so we're going to add a second task to this first play. So in this second task, we're going to verify if the Autofs service is installed on hqsdev1.technic.com, and to do that, we need to also include the second tag. So here I'm going to have a name. You see that I'm putting a space. So if you wish, you can put the space. If you wish, you might not put the space. But like I said, write your playbook to be neat. So I'm just going to put a space, and it's directly under name. But you see now that I need to be very sure that this is directly under the first task. The second task has to be directly under the first task. So here I'm going to say verify. I can give it any name I wish. So I'm just going to say verify if the Autofs package is installed. This is my task 2. This is my task 2. And here, how do I verify? Which module would help me to do this? So the module that can help me to do anything when it comes to package is the Yum module. And which argument? Of course, I need argument to do this for me. And the argument will be name. I need the name argument. So which package? The package is going to be Autofs. Yeah, I'm going to push this back. Don't worry. I would explain everything as we move on. It doesn't matter, but I just want you to understand indentation. And so another argument that I'm going to be using is the state argument. And the state argument, so I want to see if this package is present. So that's why I'm using present. And you can see that there is a space, there is a white spacing. After state, there's a space. There's also a space there. So when you're writing your key value pair, the key value pair is separated with colon and not equals to, unlike ad hoc. And there also needs to be a space while writing your key value pair when it comes to a playbook. So at this junction, you've been able to successfully write a playbook with 1 play and 2 tasks. So what are the tasks? The first task is copy file 1 to directory 1, and the second task is verify if the Autofs package is installed. And don't forget, these tasks are both working with 1 play, and like I said, a play must contain a host, so they are all going to work against this host, or rather operate as against this host, and the host is hqsdev1.technic.com. so these 2 tasks will operate on this host. So this is a playbook with 1 play and 2 tasks. So now let's move forward. In this playbook, we're going to be adding the second play, and to do that, this needs to be directly under the first play. Like I said, indentation matters. So this is going to be name. This is going to be name. And I'm just going to give double spacing just because I'm writing the second play. I want this to be neat as possible. This is going to be name, and here I'm going to say my second play. So like I said, a play must contain a host. This is name. So host here, I can just pick the local host, or I can pick the group 1 host. So in group 1 we have both HQSDev1 and the local host in group 1. So here I'm going to put in my task. So this is going to be my third task. So in this task, I'm going to have name. So you can see that when you're writing a playbook and the playbook is beginning to get long, you might begin to have issues with indentation because of the way this VIM tool is. There are a lot of tools that you can use while writing a playbook. We have different editors. We have the Visual Studio. I know of the Visual Studio. I use that. We have Notepad++. But what I'm going to do is, because of this course, we don't have any other choice than to use the VIM tool. So I'm going to edit the VIM tool to suit us so that we can easily get the indentation, we can easily get the parent-child relationship, because if we miss it, this playbook will not run. So I'm going to be dropping the link to this lesson in the description section below so you can see how this can be done. So I have edited the VIM tool. You see that this is easier for me. I can easily get the indentation. So you can see that here, I can see the dash name here. I can also see the dash name here. So this is fine for me. You can see the name here. You can see that by editing this way, I can easily get the indentation level. So this is okay for me. This is fine for me. So on the task, I'm going to be having the third task. So the third task is going to be name. I'm going to give it a name and I'm going to say verify if Autofs is started and enabled. So this is task 3. So task 3 is going to do this for us. And which module are we going to use to do this? We need the service module to help us in doing this. And we also need some arguments. We need arguments like name. And the name is going to be Autofs. This is the service we want to verify. And the state argument is going to be started. So I'm going to say start this service. And of course, oops, my battery is running low. And of course, I also want to enable the service. So I'm going to say enabled equals true. So we've been able to write 2 plays with 3 tasks. So this is the first play, 1 play, and this is the second play. And the first play has 2 tasks, task 1 and task 2. And the second play has just 1 task. This is task 1 for the second play. So in all, we have 3 tasks and 2 plays. So you know what, I'm going to change this from group 1 to HQS because this is going to be a YUM activity. I don't want to take too much of time. It's going to do this on both servers, so I just wanted to do it on one server. So this is going to be done on hqs.1.technique.com. Like I said, don't forget, check the documentation. You will see how I was able to edit this VIM tool this way. If you're confused, just send a comment. I'm going to reply you. You can either write a comment in the description box here or on the website, whichever one. I'm going to reply you. So I'm going to save this file, and what we're going to do next is to run the playbook. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to run a playbook. So thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like our videos, share our videos, and comment. By doing that, you're going to propel us, you're going to make us do more for you guys. Thank you once more, and bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the second section of this lesson, which is writing, running, and managing the Ansible playbook. In the first section, we looked at how to write the Ansible playbook. We looked at the step-by-step guide of how to do this. We looked at what indentation is, which is the parent-child relationship. We looked at how to use different modules and argument to write a playbook, and eventually we were able to write our first playbook, which is this playbook. We looked at how to do this step by step, and we also mentioned that in the second lesson we're going to look at how to run a playbook. And in the first lesson we wrote 2 plays and 3 tasks, if I remember correctly. And so in this lesson, before I show you how to run a playbook, let's also write our second playbook. We're going to also see the step-by-step guide of how to write this playbook. And in this playbook, this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be automating the installation of the HTTPD package by creating. So first of all, we're going to install the package. And secondly, we're going to start and enable the package. We're going to allow the firewall group, which is the HTTP. And also we're going to, on the Ansible control node, we're also going to create the second HTTPD user with the name Apache user 1. So let's see how we can automate this. And as usual, I'll be dropping the link to this website, the link to this particular lesson in the description box below, so that you can easily navigate through. So let's create this playbook. We need to cd to the Ansible directory. Don't forget that we configured the Ansible configuration file in this directory, and this is the configuration file. This is our first playbook that we wrote. So let's write the second playbook. And in the second playbook, I can call this my second playbook.yml. So we're going to, if I wish, I can add the 3 dashes, and if I wish, I might not, like we've established that. So what I'm going to do is to create the first play, and I'm going to give this play a name, and I'm going to say install start and enable HTTPD package. All right, so that's the item on the list of items, however way you want to call it. And so here we're going to, of course, include the host dictionary, and here is going to be the host. And under the host, 1 minute, let me be sure that I have it. Okay, so this is fine. So under the host, we're going to do this for hqsdev1.technique.com, and we're going to add the task dictionary. And under task, of course, we need to give the first task a name, and this is going to be install HTTPD. And the module that is going to help us do this is the yum module. Of course, the yum module will install HTTPD, but then we need arguments. So we're saying that we're going to use the name argument and name, so this is the HTTPD package that we want to install. So this argument name will help us install the HTTPD package. So this is the first task. Let's add the second task. The second task, I can give it a name. I'm going to say name. This is going to be start and enable HTTPD. And the module that is going to help us do this is the service module. So the service module will help us start the HTTPD package. So you see the indentation here. It doesn't really matter because this is second task, but I just want it to align. I want it to be on the same line. So this is name, and this is going to be the HTTPD. So the name is the argument that will help us start HTTPD by using the service module. And we also have other argument, which is state. So started. So actually the state argument will help us start this HTTPD module. So we're just saying that, okay, the module that we want to start and enable is HTTPD, and the state argument will help us, the package we want to start and enable is the HTTPD, and the state argument will help us start the HTTPD package, and the enabled argument will help us enable the HTTPD package. So that's why we're having enabled equals true. So we're going to also include the third task, and we're going to give it a name, and the name is going to be allow HTTPD, allow the HTTPD on firewall. And the module that will help us do this is the firewall D. So you should know the basic modules in Ansible. There are basic and fundamental modules that you should know how to use. And so here we're going to have service argument, service. This is going to be HTTPD. So the service is actually going to be HTTP. There's no service like HTTPD. So this is going to be enabled, which is the state, and we're also going to use the permanent argument, which is true, and we're also going to use the immediate argument, that this should happen immediately. That's what that means, and which is true. So let's look at this module again. Like I said, if you don't really understand our modules, you can look at how the module works. So if I say Ansible doc firewall D, so let's see what this module would do for us. So you can see that this module allows for addition or deletion of services and ports, and these are the arguments. So when you see equals to, any option that is equals here means that it is mandatory. You have to use those options. So you can see the different arguments we have under the firewall D module. We have the ICMP underscore block. We have the ICMP underscore block underscore inversion. And when you keep scrolling down, you see different modules like this. You can see state. You can see, different argument rather. So you can see state, you can see the state argument, and you can see that it has equals to. So whenever you are using the firewall D module, you must also use the state argument, because this equals to is mandatory. So other goes with other this goes with other module as well. So if you look at the service module, for example, so you can see how the service module can be used. You can see the different options. So options or argument means the same thing, and you can see the argument here. This is an argument actually. Yeah, that's it. So this is the enabled argument or option, whichever way you want to call it, and this is the name. Name to is mandatory, so you must include the name, and these are other arguments or options you can use. And the good thing about this document is that it also has examples. So if you're looking for how to use this, you can actually check the examples too as well. So for example, to use the service module, you can look at examples here. This is going to start the service HTTPD if it is not started. So, and that is why you're having the state started, just as I explained to you. And this is the name of the package that is going to start. So for example, if you want to start the Autofs package, you just need to include the name. The name argument means that, okay, this is the type of package I want to start, while the state argument will start the package. Same goes to stop services HTTPD, state stopped, and this is restart service HTTPD, state restarted. So these are the examples that you can use. So you should know how to use the basic or the fundamental modules in Ansible, and you should also check their examples. Alright, so let's go on with our playbook. So that's my second playbook. Alright, so we need to create the second play, which will be creating a secondary Apache user on the control node itself. So this is going to happen on the hqsdev1.technic.com. So on the control node, let's do that. So I'm going to give 2 spaces because this is the second play. If you wish, you can give a space. If you wish, you might not give a space, but I just want my playbook to be neat as possible. So this is going to be I'm going to be creating a secondary Apache user. Alright, so on the local host, so because I'm using the host dictionary, so that means this is a second play. So I'm going to do this on the local host. And the task here is going to be, I'm going to give this task a name, create Apache user 1 user. So that's the name of the user we're going to be creating, and we're going to be using the user module to do this. And we have arguments as well. We're going to be using the name argument, saying that we want to create this user, which is Apache user 1, and we want it to be in this group. This is going to be real group. So you remember when we used the add hoc command to create user? So this is the way you can also use, and don't forget that when we're using the add hoc command, we also use the user module to do that. So this is the way you can use a playbook to actually create a user. So this is good. We're going to save this playbook, and after which we're going to run a playbook. So let's see how to run a playbook. I'm going to show you the step-by-step guide of how to run a playbook in the next lesson actually. Yeah, so thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel. Subscribe, like, share. If you're doing that, you're going to encourage us to do more. Thank you once more, and bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the second section of this lesson, which is writing, running, and managing the Ansible playbook. In the first section, we looked at how to write the Ansible playbook. We looked at the step-by-step guide of how to do this. We looked at what indentation is, which is the parent-child relationship. We looked at how to use different modules and arguments to write a playbook. And eventually we were able to write our first playbook, which is this playbook. We looked at how to do this step by step. And we also mentioned that in the second lesson, we're going to look at how to run a playbook. And in the first lesson, we wrote 2 plays and 3 tasks, if I remember correctly. And so in this lesson, before I show you how to run a playbook, let's also write our second playbook. We're going to also see the step-by-step guide of how to write this playbook. And in this playbook, this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be automating the installation of the HTTPD package by creating. So first of all, we're going to install the package. And secondly, we're going to start and enable the package. We're going to allow the firewall group, which is the HTTP. And also we're going to, on the Ansible control node, we're also going to create the second HTTPD user with the name Apache user 1. So let's see how we can automate this. And as usual, I'll be dropping the link to this website, the link to this particular lesson in the description box below, so that you can easily navigate through. So let's create this playbook. We need to cd to the Ansible directory. Don't forget that we configured the Ansible configuration file in this directory, and this is the configuration file. This is our first playbook that we wrote. So let's write the second playbook, and in the second playbook I can call this my second playbook.yml. So we're going to, if I wish, I can add the 3 dashes, and if I wish I might not, like we've established that. So what I'm going to do is to create the first play, and I'm going to give this play a name, and I'm going to say install start and enable HTTPD package. All right, so that's the item on the list of items, however way you want to call it. And so here we're going to, of course, include the host dictionary, and here is going to be the host, and under the host, 1 minute, let me be sure that I have it. Okay, so this is fine. So under the host, we're going to do this for hqsdev1.technique.com, and we're going to add the task dictionary, and on the task, of course, we need to give the first task a name, and this is going to be install httpd. And the module that is going to help us do this is the yum module. Of course, the yum module will install httpd, but then we need arguments. So we're saying that we're going to use the name argument and name, So this is the httpd package that we want to install. So this argument name will help us install the httpd package. So this is the first task. Let's add the second task. The second task, I can give it a name. I'm going to say name. This is going to be start and enable httpd. And the module that is going to help us do this is the service module. So the service module will help us start the httpd package. So you see the indentation here. It doesn't really matter because this is the second task, but I just want it to align. I want it to be on the same line. So this is name, and this is going to be the httpd. So the name is the argument that will help us start httpd by using the service module. And we also have other argument, which is state. So started. So actually the state argument will help us start this httpd module. So we're just saying that, okay, the module that we want to start and enable is httpd, and the state argument will help us, the package we want to start and enable is the httpd, and the state argument will help us start the httpd package, and the enabled argument will help us enable the httpd package. So that's why we're having enabled equals true. So we're going to also include the third task, and we're going to give it a name, and the name is going to be allow httpd, allow the httpd on firewall. And the module that will help us do this is the firewall D. So you should know the basic modules in Ansible. There are basic and fundamental modules that you should know how to use. And so here we're going to have service argument, service. This is going to be httpd. So the service is actually going to be http. There's no service like httpd. So this is going to be enabled, which is the state, and we're also going to use the permanent argument, which is true, and we're also going to use the immediate argument, that this should happen immediately. That's what that means, and which is true. So let's look at this module again. Like I said, if you don't really understand our modules, you can look at how the module works. So if I say Ansible doc firewall D, so let's see what this module would do for us. So you can see that this module allows for addition or deletion of services and ports, and these are the arguments. So when you see equals to, any option that is equals here means that it is mandatory. You have to use those options. So you can see the different arguments we have under the firewall D module. We have the ICMP underscore block. We have the ICMP underscore block underscore inversion. And when you keep scrolling down, you see different modules like this. You can see state. You can see, different argument rather. So you can see state, you can see the state argument, and you can see that it has equals to. So whenever you are using the firewall D module, you must also use the state argument, because this equals to is mandatory. So other goes with other this goes with other module as well. So if you look at the service module, for example, so you can see how the service module can be used. You can see the different options. So options or argument means the same thing. And you can see the argument here. This is an argument actually. Yeah, that's it. So this is the enabled argument or option, whichever way you want to call it. And this is the name. Name 2 is mandatory, so you must include the name. And these are other arguments or options you can use. And the good thing about this document is that it also has examples. So if you're looking for how to use this, you can actually check the examples too as well. So for example, to use the service module, you can look at examples here. This is going to start the service HTTPD if it is not started. So and that is why you're having the state started, just as I explained to you. And this is the name of the package that is going to start. So for example, if you want to start the Autofs package, you just need to include the name. The name argument means that, okay, this is the type of package I want to start, while the state argument will start the package. Same goes to stop services HTTPD, state stopped, and this is restart service HTTPD, state restarted. So these are the examples that you can use. So you should know how to use the basic or the fundamental modules in Ansible, and you should also check their examples. All right, so let's go on with our playbook. So that's my second playbook. All right, so we need to create the second play, which will be creating a secondary Apache user on the control node itself. So this is going to happen on the hqsdev1.technic.com. So on the control node, let's do that. So I'm going to give 2 spaces because this is the second play. If you wish, you can give a space. If you wish, you might not give a space, but I just want my playbook to be neat as possible. So this is going to be I'm going to be creating a secondary Apache user. Alright, so on the local host, so because I'm using the host dictionary, so that means this is the second play. So I'm going to do this on the local host. And the task here is going to be, I'm going to give this task a name. Create Apache user 1 user. So that's the name of the user we're going to be creating, and we're going to be using the user module to do this. And we have arguments as well. We're going to be using the name argument, saying that we want to create this user, which is Apache user 1, and we want it to be in this group. This is going to be real group. So you remember when we used the add-hoc command to create user? So this is the way you can also use, and don't forget that when we're using the add-hoc command, we also use the user module to do that. So this is the way you can use a playbook to actually create a user. So this is good. We're going to save this playbook, and after which we're going to run a playbook. So let's see how to run a playbook. I'm going to show you the step-by-step guide of how to run a playbook in the next lesson actually. Yeah, so thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel. Subscribe, like, share. If you're doing that, you're going to encourage us to do more. Thank you once more, and bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the third section of this lesson. In the first and second section, we looked at how to write Ansible Playbook. We looked at the step-by-step guide of how to do this. We looked at different modules, we looked at different arguments, and we wrote 2 different playbooks. We wrote my first playbook. We also wrote my second playbook. And we said that in the next lesson we're going to look at how to run Ansible playbooks, which is this lesson. So of course the essence of writing the playbook is to run it, and to run a playbook you need to use this command, which is Ansible Playbook, the playbook name. So you can see that it is a very simple command to use when you want to run your playbook. But it is always also good to check your code to see if the syntax in your playbook file is correct. It is a very good idea to always do that. And to check if your syntax is correct, just use the command Ansible-playbook, the playbook name, and this option which is -- syntax check. This will check if your code is correct or not. And if it is not correct, then you can correct your code. And if it is correct, of course, you can just use this command to run your playbook. So it's just always advisable to do a playbook syntax error check before you run a playbook. So let's run the second playbook that we wrote in the previous lesson. So let's change directory to Ansible, and here this is the second playbook that we wrote. Like I said, always do a playbook syntax check. It's always very important to do that. So we're going to do Ansible Playbook. The name of the playbook is my second playbook.yml. Then we can do -- syntax check. Alright, so we can't see any error here. You can see the output of this command, which is saying playbook. The name of the playbook is my second playbook.yml. So this means that our syntax is correct. So let me just edit something here so you can see the kind of output you would see, so that you can see the kind of output when you have an error in your syntaxes or in your code. So I'm just going to edit something in my second playbook.yml. So for example, let's remove just going to put hash here. So I'm going to comment this. So I'm just I'm going to remove this host here, and let's save this file. So let's run the playbook syntax check again. So you can see an error. You can say error, the field host is required but was not set. So you can see different errors. You can begin to see different errors if your syntax is not correct. So I'm going to just correct this. I'm going to remove the hash sign and make it normal. And I'm going to run the syntax check again. So you can see that our playbook is correct. The code is fine. So let's run the playbook. Don't forget what this playbook will do. This playbook will automate the task of the HTTPD service. Let's see this playbook again. This is my second playbook.yml. So this is what the playbook will do. It will install and start enable the HTTPD. That's the first play on hqs.dev1.technic.com, and it's also going to start and enable HTTPD. These are the tasks. It's going to allow the HTTP firewall. It's going to create a secondary Apache server. Yeah, so we wrote this playbook in the previous lesson. So let's run this playbook. So I'm going to just remove the syntax check, and I'm going to use the command to run the playbook, which is the Ansible-playbook, my second playbook.yml. Alright. Okay, you can see the first play, which is install, start, and enable HTTPD. It's gathering facts on this host, which is hqs.dev1.technic.com. So we're going to look at what facts is as we go on in this course. You understand why this playbook or why the Ansible control node is gathering the facts. So you can see the first task, which is install HTTPD. So it is installing HTTPD on this node. So provided we have the necessary, okay, you can see changed here. So which means that it has installed it on this node. Don't forget I said color matters. This yellow color means that there's a change, and it was of course a successful change. And you can see Oh, this is fast. All right, so it's done. So you can see the second task which we named. That's why I always say that you should always name your task. I mean, it's very good. Name your place, name your task. You can easily troubleshoot when you do that. For example, if there's an error here, you will know that okay, the error is in this task name, which is start and enable HTTPD. So you can see that we also have a change here. You can see the color, which is yellow. So it has started and enabled HTTPD on hqsdev1.technique.com. Of course, like I said, it has also installed. So you can see the automation process. It is installing first, and then just the way we arranged it in the playbook, that's how it's going to do it for you. So it's also starting and enabling the HTTPD, which it has already done. You can see changed, and you can see here allow HTTPD on firewall, and it has done that. You can see changed, and this is the second play, which is this is the second play, which is create a secondary Apache user, and this is the task gathering facts on local host. So you can see that this is green because we've already done something on the local host before, so it has already gathered the facts before. Like I said, when you see a color green, of course the operation is successful, but there was no change, and that's why we're having color green. So when we get to the lesson, the managing and creating fact lesson, you understand what this is. But just because this Ansible software has already gathered a fact on this node before, that's why it's green. So there is no any change. Unlike, let's see. Okay, so you can even see that on hqsdev1.technique.com, it's also green. So it must have gathered the fact there too before. So you can see this task, which is create an Apache user. This is changed, so it has also done that. And you can see the play recap. So it's telling you that this is just a recap. On hqsdev1.technique.com, you have okay for change. We have 3 changes. Unreachable equals 0, so we can reach everything. Field equals 0, of course. No operations failed. Skipped equals 0. No operations were skipped. Rescued equals 0. No operations were rescued. Ignored equals 0. We did not ignore any operation. So this has been done. This is just a play recap on hqsdev1.technique.com and also a play recap on localhost. So don't forget that in this same playbook, we told Ansible to work on hqsdev1.technique.com and on localhost, and this is how you can interpret changes when you run a playbook. This is how you can always interpret your playbook. So this is the automation process. We've been able to install HTTPD. We've been able to start and enable HTTPD. Unlike when you do this manually, you just have to go and you do yum install HTTPD, systemctl start or enable or dash now HTTPD, and then you have to do your firewall -cmd and do all of that. But this is what Ansible can do. It can automate your task for you. And one thing about automation, like I used to tell new people, I used to tell newbies that are just coming into the automation and orchestration world, like I used to say that before you can actually automate or orchestrate a task, you should be well grounded on that thing. Because if you're not well grounded, you cannot do it. You should know what you want to do before you want to automate it. For example, I want to install HTTPD. Of course, I will need to, if I want to start HTTPD, of course, I will need to install HTTPD first. So if HTTPD is not installed, I cannot start and enable HTTPD. So I will not go and write a playbook that will first start and enable HTTPD, and I will not say afterward install HTTPD. If I write such playbook, if HTTPD was never installed, I'm going to have an error, and if I have an error, this will not work. So you should know what you're doing. You should know the process already. When you know a thing, or when you know a technology or a feature, then you will know how to automate that feature or technology. But if you don't know anything about it, you cannot. Of course, what do you want to automate? you don't know what to automate, you cannot automate it. By the time you begin to write a playbook, you will begin to write nonsense. So automation requires that you know your stuff. You just want to do your stuff in a very fast way, in a very convenient way, and that is what automation is. So I hope I've been able to, like when I was in secondary school, I hope I've been able to convince you and not confuse. I'm not confuse you. So let's verify our playbook. Let's see what we've done, and to do that, you can use the Ansible ad hoc. So we've learned about the Ansible ad hoc. So I can say Ansible on hqsdev1.technit.com argument. I can say systemctl status httpd. So let's see what we have here. Alright, so you can see that httpd is installed and it is active and running. It is started, and you can also see that it is enabled. So that is that for httpd. We can also confirm for our local host. Don't forget that on the local host we created a user Apache user 1. So I can say on localhost, I can say id Apache user 1. Alright, so you can see that the user has also been created. This is the Apache user 1 and the user is in the wheel group. Another thing you can do, if you don't want to use the Ansible ad hoc to verify, if you have access to the system, you can just SSH into the system. So for example, I can say SSH root at hqsdev1.technit.com, and I'm going to put in the password, and I can say systemctl status httpd. So right now I'm in hqsdev1. Alright, so I can check the status of httpd. So you can see that httpd is active and it is running. Alright, so let's look at something else again, which is Ansible Playbook dry run. So what is Ansible Playbook dry run? You can also do an Ansible dry run before running a playbook. So a dry run is like a blank run, like you're just you're running a playbook, but you're not actually running that playbook. You just want to know if that playbook will be successful or not. But anyway, sometimes dry run might, depending on the kind of playbook or on the kind of task you want to automate, you might also be deceived by a dry run. But most of the time, some people usually do a dry run before running the playbook. So it just depends on your scenario. It depends on your environment. A dry run is just like a dummy run, just to verify if the playbook you would run or if the task you want to run is going to be a successful one or not. And to do the dry run, you just use this command: Ansible-playbook, the name of the playbook, -c. This would do a dry run. So let's do a dry. Oh, we should have done the dry run before actually running our playbook. But then let's also do a dry run on our playbook. So I'm just going to clear the screen and I'm going to do Ansible Playbook, the name of the playbook, and dash, that's option uppercase C. So let's see what we're gonna have here. You can see the dry run is just behaving as if it's running the playbook, but it's not actually running the playbook. It's just verifying if your playbook will be successful when you run the playbook. So you see, it's just taking the dimension as if it's running the playbook, but it's not. You can see this dry run. You can see what we're having here. You can see, so it's telling you that when you install the HTTPD, is already installed. This is what you're going to get. When you start and enable HTTPD on, this is what you're going to get. So it's all green. Like I always tell you, Ansible is idempotent. You can always run the playbook as many times as possible. When we ran the first playbook, you can see the color. We saw the yellow color, which means that there was a change. And like I've always told you, when you see a green color, of course the operation is successful, but we don't have changes. Those changes are there before, and that's why you're seeing green. So let's run this Ansible playbook. Let's run this my second playbook.yml again. So let's see. This time around we're running the playbook and we're not doing a dry run. So let's see what we're gonna have here. Alright, so it's installing HTTPD. We should have the green color, which means that it has already been installed. Okay, so you see we are having the green colors, so these changes are already there before. So this is how you're going to run a playbook. We've looked at how to write a playbook, and now we've looked at how to run a playbook. So this is the basics and the fundamental of how to write and run a playbook. I'm so happy I've been able to cover this, because in the next lesson we begin to see playbook in different dimensions. We begin to look at the various variables, how to include variables and how to include facts, how to do looping, how to do rows, and etc. But when you know this, then of course you will be able to grab the other lessons that we're going to be talking about, because this is just a basic way of how to write a playbook. So thank you for watching, and please, like I always say, when you subscribe, you're gonna help us to do more. You're going to encourage us to do more. So please subscribe, share, also share the videos, comment. Yeah, we want to see your comments. Comment and like. We want to see your likes. Like our videos. Thank you for watching, and bye for now. Hi everyone, my name is Victor and I am one of the authors of TechNeed. Today we're going to continue with our course, and we're going to be looking at creating and managing Ansible variables. So if you're already a programmer, I'm sure you already know what variables are. But for the non-programmers in the house, let's talk about what a variable is. So a variable is like a repository that holds information. They are used to store information, and this information can be referenced. So for example, I always tell you that your playbook should always be neat as possible. It is a very smart way to write a playbook, so that if you want to troubleshoot, you can always know where the problem is. So let's say you have you're writing a playbook that is very long and you have a lot of information. So what you can do is to create a variable in another file. So you can create that variable in another file. That variable will hold its own information, and in your playbook you can then reference that variable that is in another file. So creating that variable in another file will not make your own playbook to be as long, as long as from here to the antipodes. So it's just a way of making your playbook neat as much as possible. And apart from making your playbook neat as much as possible too, variables can, like I said, it is like a repository that is used to hold an information. So if you have an information that contains secret things, and you don't just want anybody from anywhere, or say the DevOps engineer, to just see what you've written, or to rather see the important information in your code. So what you can do is to create a variable in another file, and you can even create a vault, all right, to make that variable secured, so that nobody will just see that information. And then in your code, in your main playbook, you can always reference that variable. So you can always create variables for a lot of reasons, depending on why you want to create that variable. But most importantly, you should just know that a variable is used to hold an information that can be referenced. So Ansible variables can be declared in various ways. Let's see various ways Ansible variables can be declared. It can be declared in 22 different ways, and if you click here, we're going to see the ways variables can be declared in Ansible. So these are ways variables can be declared. It can be declared in 22 different ways, and they follow each other in precedence. So this is the order of precedence, which means that if a variable is declared this way in number 1 way, the number 20 takes the higher precedence over number 1. Number 21 takes higher precedence over number 20. Number 14 takes higher precedence over number 13. So there are different ways variables can be declared. And in this course, we're going to look at some of the ways we're going to declare variables in some of these ways. We're going to declare variables inside of a playbook itself. We're also going to declare variables outside of the playbook. We're also going to look at how to pass variables in Ansible. And you should also know that there are examples of how you can write variables. So these are examples of a valid variable. A variable must start with a letter only and must include 2 curly brackets at the beginning and at the end. So we're saying that this is an example of a valid variable. All right. This is also an example of a valid variable. This is an example of invalid variables because this is starting with a number. A variable must start with a letter. All right. And if you're using any special character in Ansible variable, that special character must only be an underscore. So this is an example of a valid variable. Here you can see that we're having dot here and we're having space here. So this is an example of an invalid variable. And we're also having dash here. This is an example of an invalid variable. And if a variable is a key value pair, it must be encapsulated. So this is also an example of a valid variable. So in the next class, we're going to look at the step-by-step guide of how to use Ansible variables with example. Like I've always said, I'll be dropping the link to this website, to this particular lesson in the description section below so that you can navigate through. So please don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share, and don't forget to comment. This is how you can help us to do more. Thank you once more, and bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the second section of this lesson. In the previous lesson, we looked at creating and managing the Ansible variables. We looked at what Ansible variables are. We looked at how Ansible variables can be defined, the valid and invalid way. And in this section, we're going to be looking at the step-by-step guide of how to use the Ansible variables. And in the previous lesson, in 2 previous lessons, we automated the installation of the HTTPD service by using the Ansible Playbook. But this time around, we're also going to do that, and we're also going to include some other packages, and we're going to add variables then this time around. And we're going to be using this example. And like I always say, I'll be dropping the link to this website in the description section below so that you can easily navigate through. So this is the environment that I have in this documentation, which might not be what we have done in the video series. So it's the same, yeah, it's similar to the same, but it's the same. Yeah, just that we have for the video series we have DRS dev 1 instead of dr dev 1. So let's see how we can do this using examples. So we're going to create the third playbook file. So this is the Ansible directory where we configured the Ansible configuration file. So we're going to create a third playbook, and we're going to say my third playbook.yml. We're going to add the first play. So this is going to be the name of the play. I'm going to say packages installation and deployment. And here I'm going to be having the host dictionary. So we can do this on group 1. Okay, let's just do this on hqs-dev1.techneed. Or let's do this on group 1. Yeah, let's do this on group 1. And here I'm going to add the variables, and I'm going to add the variable name. So the variable names depends on what you want to use. So to add the variables, I'm going to be using this dictionary vars. So I'm adding this variable in this play, and that's why I'm using this vars dictionary. The vars keyword allows you to add a variable in the playbook and in this particular play. So I'm going to use the variable name packages. You can use whichever name you want to use, but I'm using packages, and the packages I want to install, I want the HTTPD, I want firewall D, and I also want the Autofs package. So these are the 3 packages, and now I need to go to the task section. So this is going to the task, and in the task section I'm going to include the name of the task, which is the first task is install packages, and the module that is going to help us to do this is the yum module, and after which the argument that we're going to be using the name argument, and here I want to install all the packages. So instead of me to write HTTPD, and I'm going to write another task and say install firewall D, and I'm also going to use yum, that is the essence of variables. I can just put this and say packages. Don't forget what we said, that when a variable becomes a key value pair, it has to be encapsulated, and that's why you'll see me putting this in encapsulation. So this is going to be packages, and this is I'm going to close this and state here present. So you can see that, if normally, like what we've done before, when we wanted to install HTTPD, the name of the package we put here is HTTPD. So imagine that you also want to install firewall D. I used to go into write another task and give the task another name and say, okay, name install firewall D, yum firewall D. If you also want to do that for Autofs, you would need to write about three tasks before you're able to do this without using the variable. So that is why variable is important. Imagine that you want to install 100 packages. Are you going to be writing 100 tasks? So that's, it's going to be stressful that way. So for now, let's stop at this. Let's close this file. And what we need to do next is to do a syntax check. And to do that, I can say Ansible Playbook, my third playbook -- syntax check. Alright, you can see that our playbook is fine, and now we can run the playbook. And to run the playbook, I'm just going to remove the syntax check, and I'm going to press enter. So let's see what we're going to have here. So you can see that the facts, it's gathering facts, which is okay on group 1 node. And what we have on group 1 node is on group 1 group we have the HQS-dev1 and the local host node, which is the same local host in group 1 group. So it has started installing the packages. You can see task install packages. It's going to install the 3 packages on both hqs-dev1.technique.com node and on the local host node. So you can see that the package has been installed on hqs-dev1.technique.com. So one of the packages has been installed. Let's go on. Let's see what we're going to have here. So okay, all the packages have been installed on hqs-dev1, while all the packages too has been installed on localhost. Now let's verify if these packages have been installed, and of course I can use the Ansible ad hoc like we always say. So let's try for the hqs-dev1.technique.com So I can do rpm -q Autofs. So you can see that the Autofs package has been installed. Also, if you also do that for the HTTP and firewall D, you would also see that these packages too have been installed. You can see that firewall D2 has been installed. So let's try that for the local host. So for the local host, of course, I can just do rpm -q Autofs. So you can see that the package 2 has been installed. In the next lesson, we're going to look at how to start and enable these packages, of course using this same automation process. And furthermore, we're going to look at other automation processes, other ways of doing things using Ansible as we go on in this course. So please don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, share, and comment. If you do this, you're going to help us to do more. We're going to really appreciate it. Thank you once more for watching, and bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the next section of this lesson, which is creating and managing Ansible variables. In the previous lesson, we created Ansible variables where we installed these 3 different packages, which are the HTTPD, firewall D, and the Autofs packages. So we're going to move this exercise forward by updating the playbook to start and enable the HTTPD, firewall D, and the Autofs packages. So you would notice that we created the mythoughtplaybook.yml file, and if you look at this playbook, let's even first of all see if the Autofs packages are actually enabled and started. So if I do systemctl status Autofs, you can see that it is not started, and it is not it is inactive here, and it is also disabled. You can see this too as well. And if you check that on the HQS dev 1, it should also be the same thing. Let's confirm that. Alright, you can see that this service 2 is inactive, and it is also disabled, and that's why you are seeing the return code to be 3. So what we want to do now is to use our playbook to start and enable these services, just the same way we created them in the previous lesson. And to do that, we can edit our playbook as follows. So this is going to be the mythoughtplaybook.yml, and in the variables section, I'm also going to include this as variables. So here I'm going to be having HTTPD. I can give it any name, so I can just say HTTPD service, and this is going to be HTTPD. And I can also say firewall service. This is going to be firewall D, and I can also say Autofs service, and this is going to be Autofs. So you can see that the indentation level here. This is still among the packages. This is under var, which is the variables. This is the var keyword, which is the variable. And the variables we have under var, we have the variable name called packages. And under packages, these are the variables we have. And also we have a variable name called the HTTP service, and this is the HTTP variable. We have the firewall this service. So these are just under the these are under the var keyword. I just want you to take note of the indentation level. So this is fine, and now we can save this file. Before we save the file, we also need to add the task that is referencing those variables. So here I'm going to have the other task, which is I'm going to give it a task name. This is going to be a name here. So I can say start and enable HTTPD service. So the service module would help us to do this. And the argument here is going to be the variable. So I'm going to reference the variable name. So this is going to be HTTPD service, which is the variable name. And I'm also going to use the enabled argument, which is true, and the state I'm going to say started. So I want to make sure that this service is started and enabled. So the third task is going to be, I'm going to give it a task name. So I'm going to say start and enable firewall service. I'm also going to use the service module to do this, and the name here is going to be firewall service Oops, I need to close the bracket here. And here I'm going to have the state, whichever one can come first, it's fine. Enabled true, state started. And for the other task, for the next task, I'm going to give it a name, which is start and enable Autofs. The service mode is going to help me to do this as well, and the name argument is going to be, here we're going to have the variable name, which is Autofs service. And here, this is service, this is lowercase. And here we're also going to have the state argument, started, enabled. Like I said, anyone can come before anyone. Enabled equals true. Okay, so this is fine. Let's save this file. Oops, this is true. And then we can do our playbook syntax check, which is Ansible Playbook, my third syntax check. So this is fine, and then let us run our playbook. Like I've always told you that playbook is idempotent, and that's made Ansible one of the most used software because of the idempotency. So that means changes will only be made if it has not been made before. So let's run this playbook, and here now we're deploying our solution. Yeah. Alright, so the packages are being installed. Of course, it's been installed before, so we should have the green color here. So that's green. Start and enable HTTPD rather. So the HTTPD is only started and enabled on localhost, apparently it's been started and enabled on hqsdev1.technic before. So here it's been also started and enabled on these two nodes before, and that's why it's green. And now this is start and enable Autofs. So this services has been started and enabled on both nodes, which is this, and you can see the play recap. So this is fine, and now you can confirm like we did before on this node. Let's confirm if the Autofs service is started and enabled, and which is true. You can see now that it is started and enabled. It is yellow and the return code is 0. And also if you also try that here on the local node, which is systemctl status Autofs, so you can see that the Autofs package is active, it's running, it's started and now enabled. Moving this example forward, let's add another variable called the firewall rule. This is my third. So I'm just going to add another variable called firewall rule. I'm just going to put it here. And this is going to be HTTPS. Let's also add another task, and this task is going to use the copy module. So here I'm going to have the name of the task, so the name will be copy a basic website content to test. I'm going to be using the copy module to do this. I'm going to be having the content argument. So the content I want to copy is hello world. To this destination. HTML index.html. What we can also do is to make sure that these packages are updated to date. So I can just use the state. I can say latest. So latest, the latest word means that all the packages are going to be updated. All the packages in this variable are going to be updated to the latest. So I can remove this firewall rule. I wanted to use this before, but I think I'll just do that in the next lesson. So I can remove it and I can leave it. Don't worry, let's leave it. Anytime we need it, we're going to use it. Let's save this file and do a playbook syntax check. So that's Ansible HQS. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Okay. So this is fine. Now let's run the playbook. I'm just going to pause this video, and when it's done I'm going to resume because I don't want it to be so long. So we have one field task, and what could that be? Let's see. So on the install packages task, we have fatal on localhost, failed to download metadata for blah blah blah, and here field equals 1. So what happened was my internet, because I'm using the repository online, and my internet got exhausted. So in fact this is a very good good time my internet got exhausted. So you can see what it means when a task fails, and you should be able to know why the task failed. You can even see it like saying failed to download metadata for repo, for this repo. So this is a repository thing, this is an internet thing, and that's why I'm saying the return code, which is 1. So this has failed. So it's actually a good timing here. My internet got exhausted. If I run this playbook again, let's see. Now that I have active internet, we shouldn't see any failed task. So let's watch and see again. So now you can see that I don't have any failed task like I told you. Yeah, this is a good way to know how to troubleshoot. You can see that everything is all green. It's green all the way down, and here there is no failed task. And we can see that this, yeah, you might be expecting this to be green as well, but then there are some tasks, there's some tasks that they just keep rather repeating themselves. And this is an example of such task, which is copy a basic website content to a test. So it just keeps copying it, and that's why you're seeing the yellow color, and it just keeps copying that content. So that's why you're also seeing a yellow color. Okay, let's take this example forward one more step. So what we're going to do is to do a test from the local server using the URI module to see if the HTTPD package was successfully deployed on hqsdev1.technique.com. So we're going to edit the playbook again, and this is going to be my third playbook. So we're going to add another play to do this. Of course, we need to add another play. So here I'm going to be having a second play. And I'm going to say test if HTTPD was successfully deployed on which host. This is going to be on hqsdev1.technique.com, and the task is going to be verify if the web content is accessible. So we're going to use the URI module to do this, and we're going to say URL, the argument HTTP hqsdev1.technique.com, and the return content. So we want it to return this content, which is yes, and the status code here will be 200. So let's save this playbook. And let's do a playbook syntax check. And let's run the playbook. So I'm going to pause this video, and when it's done, I'm going to play it again. So this is done, and we have green all the way down. You can see that it's been verified that the web content is accessible. What you can also do is you can also use the call command as well if you want to verify the content that was copied into that index.html file, just to see if it's accessible or not. So I can do call http hqsdev1.technique.com. So you can see hello world here. So this is good, this is fine. And by doing this, to an extent, we've been able to automate the installation of the HTTPD service. So in the next lesson, we're going to look at how to define Ansible variables outside of the Ansible playbook, because what we've done so far is to define the variables inside of the Ansible playbook, and we're going to look at how to do this outside of the playbook in the next lesson. So thank you for watching. Don't forget to please subscribe, share, like, comment. When you do this, you're going to help us to do more. You're going to encourage us, and we will really appreciate it. Thank you once more, and bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the next section of this lesson, which is the continuation of creating and managing the Ansible variables. In the previous sections, we've looked at how to create and manage the Ansible variables inside of a playbook file. We defined some variables, and in this lesson, we're going to look at how to define variables outside of a playbook file. Just like I've always mentioned, that you should always write your playbook in a very smart way, and one of the ways to write your playbook in a very smart way is not to make your playbook to be so long. Imagine that you would need to define a lot of variables inside of your playbook file. It means that your playbook can be long from here to the end of the world and you might want to avoid that. So hence why you should know how to define variables outside of a playbook file. So it's a very good advantage. So let's look at how to do this. So we're going to edit the playbook we created in the previous lesson. So let's go to the Ansible directory, and we're going to edit my third playbook.yml. So here we're going to remove all the variables we created here. So let's remove all these variables. Oh, okay, let's do something. Okay, fine, let's remove it. I wanted to do something before, but it's fine. Now you can see that all the variables have been removed from the playbook. Let's see the different ways, like I mentioned, that we can create variables in 22 different ways. So let's look at the fourth ways. So I'm just going to change this to all. So this is going to affect all the nodes, and I'm going to save this file. So the next thing to do is to create the variable file. We're going to create the variable file for all the inventory group variables. So to do that, that's going to be like, we need to make a directory. So we're going to say make directory group vars. And in this directory, I can create the variable file. So that's going to be vim group vars. This is going to be /all. So let me quickly show you the order of precedence. So you can see that this falls within number 4, which is we're creating a variable file for all the inventory group variables, and that's why you're seeing inventory group underscore var /all. So this is for all the inventory group variables, and that's why we're going to make this directory group vars, and we're going to create the file group vars /all. So that means we're going to be having all the variables in /all file. So let's do that. So I'm going to define the variables here too, so which is packages, just the same way we did. But let me just copy and paste. Oops. So you can see the variables just the same way we defined it in the playbook. It's the same way we've rather defined it here. So you can see packages, the HTTPD file, or just the same way we define it in the playbook is the same way we're going to define it here. So now that I've been able to create the variables, we need to close this file. We need to save and close this file, and then we can do a playbook syntax. And to do that, of course, we need to do Ansible Playbook, my third okay, we need to be in the Ansible directory to be able to do this. So this is going to be Ansible Playbook, my third playbook.yml, then this is going to be syntax check. Alright, you can see that we don't have any error, and then we can run the playbook again. Alright, we have a very fatal error. And what is this error? Let's see how we can troubleshoot this. It's saying the task includes an option with an undefined variable. The error was packages is undefined. The error appears to be in only Ansible my third playbook line 4, but maybe elsewhere. The same thing for localhost is saying that the error packages is undefined. So let's see my third playbook. Tags, install packages, yum packages. Packages is defined. Everything seems to be fine here. Let's see the variable file again. Oh wow. So we can see where the error is. We can't find the variable file here. So where did we create that variable file? Okay, so the variable file was not created in the Ansible directory where we configured the Ansible configuration file. So what we can do is to move this group vars to Ansible. So if I go to Ansible, so we can see group vars here. So if I cd it to group vars, you can see all. So this is fine. So let's rerun the playbook. So it's taking its time. I'm just going to pause this video, and when it's done, I'm going to resume this video. So this is done, and again we have another error. Yeah, so we've been able to pass the first error, which is which was here, install packages task. So that has been done. We've been able to pass this error, install packages. So you can see that it's all green because Ansible is idempotent. And the next task we have an error is start and enable firewall service. And you can see that the error was firewall service is undefined. The error appears to be in home lisa Ansible my third playbook.yml. So we're saying that this firewall service is undefined. So let's see if this is true. If I do vim my third playbook.yml, you can see the name of the service, which is firewall service enabled equals true. So let's look at the variable again. Let's be sure that our spelling is correct. Alright, so you can see where the problem is. This is firewall services, so it should be firewall service. So this is where our issue is. So right now I believe that you are learning how to troubleshoot. So by the time we get to the topic of troubleshooting Ansible Playbook, I mean you're beginning to learn how to do that right away in this lesson. So thank God for the error. It's a very good timing that we're having this type of error. So now let's run this playbook again. So I'm going to pause the video. When it's done, I'm going to resume the video again. Now this is done, and we have another error again, and the error is start, and we have the error in this task named start and enable Autofs. So we've been able to pass this error. And what is the error? The error is Autofs service is undefined. Wow. So let's see Autofs service. So we can see the name of the variable, which is Autofs service. So let's check the variable file again. So this is Autofs services instead of Autofs service. So we're going to run this playbook again now that I've been able to correct this. So now you can see that everything is fine. We don't have an error here. Packages installation and deployment play is fine. And the second play, which is test if HTTPD service was successfully deployed, is also fine. So this is a way you can define a variable outside of a playbook file, and we've used in the order of precedence we've used number 4. So let's use another number. I guess I should keep this for the next lesson, because I don't want our sessions to be long. So we'll just do this in the next lesson. So thank you for watching. Please subscribe to this channel, like, share, and comment, and bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the next section of this lesson, which is the continuation of creating and managing the Ansible variables. In the previous lesson, we created and managed the Ansible variables outside of our playbook file, and in the order of precedence, it fell in number 4. So in this lesson, we're also going to continue to create and manage the Ansible variables outside of a variable file. And this time around, we're going to look at number 6 in the order of precedence. And number 6 is inventory groups _ var /star. So star which means for individual groups. So it can be inventory group _ var / it can be group 1. So depending on how you grouped your nodes in your inventory file. So this can be, for example, production group, development group. But in our own inventory file, I remember that we have group 1. So we're going to do for group 1 in our case. Let's view the inventory group again. So here, if I cut our inventory file, you can see that we have group 1. So depending on what you have, you can also do that in your environment. And in group 1, we have these two nodes, which is HQS dev1 and the local host. So to do this, we're going to create the variable file and define the variable files. And to do that, we can just do vim group vars. In this time around, we're going to be having group 1. So we can copy the inventory file. So let me just copy the inventory file, the variables we had in all. So I'm just going to quickly copy it. So now that I've been able to copy this, we can do a playbook syntax check. And to do that, of course, it's going to be Ansible Playbook, my third playbook, syntax check. So this is fine. Now let's run our playbook. I'm going to pause the video. When this is done, I'm going to resume the video. So this is done and everything is fine. We don't have any failed task. So let's move this example forward again. So what we're going to do is to create a variable for individual hosts, and this should fall in number 9, which is inventory host underscore vars /star. So for the individual host, this /star means that if the host is hqsdev1.technic.com, so it's going to be host vars hqsdev1.technic.com. If the host is, for example, localhost, it's going to be localhost. So that's why you have star here. So whatever the host name is, you will need to include the host name here. So let's create a variable file for individual host, and in this case our own is going to be hqsdev1.technic.com. So what we can do is to make the directory, which is host underscore vars, and then we can put the file in this directory, hqsdev1.technic.com. So I can include, let me just copy and include it here. So in the packages, I can also include one more package. Let's include gdisk, right? So that's how you can begin to increase your variable, and that's why it's advisable you have an external variable file. So whatever thing you want to include, you can include it in your variable file. So let's save this file. And now we can run our playbook. I'm going to pause the video, and when it's done, I'm going to resume the video. So this is done and we are fine. We don't have any changes. So apparently we have gdisk already installed on both nodes, localhost and the hqsdev1.technic.com. So we've been able to define variables in 3 or 4 different ways now. And let's also look at another method of defining defining variables in Ansible. This is going to be number 14, which is playvars_file. So here is number 14, and don't forget, like I've always told you, they follow each other when it comes to order of precedence. So the last one will take the higher precedence over the previous one. To do this example, I'll want to create another playbook file. So let's create another playbook file. Let's call this my fourth playbook.yml. So here, of course, I can have my 3 dashes if I want. And the name of the playbook, I'm going to give it a name and say create users, where I want it on hqsdev1.technic.com, and I'm going to use the variable which is vars_files, I'm going to call the variable name classified. So the variable name is going to be classified. I can use any name. I'm just going to say classified.yml. And then I'm going to have the task. I'm going to have the task here. And I can give the task a name. So I can just say create users and passwords. And to create user, of course, I'm going to use the user module, and I'm going to use some arguments. Username, and the password. And state %. So after doing this, we've given a variable name which is classified.yml. We need to create this variable, and we also need to create these dictionaries in this variable, which is username and password. So let's do that. So I can say vim classified.yml, and here I'm going to define the variables, which is username. So let's create a username called Tayo, and password, I can just say Toyota, and I can save the file. So let's do an Ansible Playbook syntax check. And let's run the playbook. Alright, so you can see this is fine. We see warning, the input password appears not to have been hashed. The password argument must be encrypted for this module to work properly. So this is talking about encryption. Well, as we go on in this course, we'll look at how to encrypt a password in Ansible. But anyways, this is fine. The user has been created, and you can see that we have just one changed value, and we have 0 field task. So this is another way you can create variables in Ansible. So here is another method that we had to define the variable outside of a playbook. Like I said, I'll be dropping the link to this website in the description section below, so you can check the website, check this particular lesson, and see how we did this. And you can also do the class activity here as well. So you can drop your comments in the description box, in the comment section box, either on this website or here on the YouTube channel. So this is how you can always create Ansible variables. And I want to say thank you for watching. Please don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and comment. This is how you can encourage us to do more for you. Thank you once more, and bye for now. Hi everyone, my name is Victor, and I'm one of the authors of TechNeed. Today we're going to continue with our course, where we're going to be looking at managing Ansible facts and creating Ansible custom facts. So what are Ansible facts? Ansible facts basically are just system properties. So these system properties can include, of course, the kernel version of the system, the storages, the disk on the system, the network properties on the system. So whatever information, whatever properties we have on the system, these properties are called facts. And the Ansible control node gathers these facts from the managed nodes. Whenever you run a playbook, the first task that we ever run is gathering facts. You would notice that in our previous lessons, whenever we run a playbook, so this is a screenshot of one of the playbooks we ran in our previous lesson, and you'll notice that whenever we run a playbook, the first task that I ever run in a play, this is a play, for example, this is install, start, and enable HTTPD. So you can see that the first task that we ever run is to gather facts. And you can look at this other play here too. The first task that we ever run is to gather facts. So this play is going to, or this task rather, gathering facts, is going to gather facts on the local host, while this one is going to gather the facts on the local host and hq-dev1.technic.com. And don't forget, like I said, facts are they're just basically the system information, the system properties. The Ansible control node uses the setup module to gather these facts from the manage node. And this setup module in newer Ansible version always run by default, and that's why you're seeing this gathering facts. It's using the setup modules to gather these facts, and they always run by default. Facts are very important. Facts is a simple way and easy way to get information or system properties that can help to determine what action to take based on the state of a managed host. And apart from these two, as a matter of fact, facts are Alright, in short, facts are just some other form of variables. You can use facts as variables, and that's why gathering of facts or facts are important in Ansible. So how do you even gather facts in Ansible? Like I said, by default, Ansible does that automatically, and it uses the setup module. For example, let's try and gather the fact, or let's try and see the fact. See the fact on hqsdev1.technic.com. Let's see the fact here. So to do that, we can do Ansible. We can use the addoc command and say Ansible hqsdev1.technic.com. Like I said, we're going to use the setup module, and this is going to be setup. So it's trying to fetch the fact. Oops, we're not in the Ansible directory. Yeah, like I always say, what we did was to configure Ansible in the current working directory, and this is the directory. So let's gather the fact again. So we're gathering the fact, we're using the setup module to gather the fact on hqsdev1.technic.com. So it's taking its time, it's trying to gather the facts. Alright, so this is done. If you scroll up, you can see a lot of information about hqsdev1.technic.com. In fact, you can see that there are a lot of them. Wow, we have a lot of them. So these are just the system properties. You can see here, you can see hqsdev1. You can see Ansible facts. You can see all the IPv4 addresses on hqsdev1.technic.com. We have 192.168.122.1 and 192.168.72.140. You can see the IPv6 addresses. You can see the Ansible architecture, the architecture of the system, which is 64-bit. You can see the BIOS date. You can see the BIOS version of the system. You can see, in fact, you can see a lot of system properties. You can see date and time. If you scroll down, there are a lot of them. You can see a lot of information. And what you can also do is to use the more command, or you can pipe these two to the less command, and you can also search for whatever fact you're looking for. You can also see that the information is displayed in JSON format. All right, so because when we get to how to create custom facts, we will either create custom facts in JSON format or INI format. We cannot create custom facts using the YML data structure, and that's why you can see that the output of these facts are in JSON format. We've been able to gather facts using the adhoc command. We can also gather facts using a playbook. To gather facts using a playbook, you can just create a playbook file, and then you can use the debug module, and this is the variable. You can use this method, and when you run the playbook, you see that the facts are going to be gathered. So what I'm going to be doing as usual is to drop the link to this documentation guide in the description box below. All right, like I said, facts are some other form of playbook, other form of variables rather. So let's even see how we can refer to facts in the playbook. So what we're going to do is to create a playbook file. This is going to be, we stopped at my 4th playbook, so let's do my 5th playbook.yml. So here I'm going to create a playbook with the name gather facts and host. Oops, this should be here. Indentation, like I always tell you. So host is going to be hqs dev1.technid.com, and task. So I'm going to give the task a name. I'm going to say gather hqs dev1.technid.com facts, and I'm going to use the debug module, and I'm going to use the message argument. So I can say my kernel version is just, it's a fact. And when you look at the fact information, it's always in this form, which is Ansible fact kernel and my FQDN is Ansible fact. Then I need to include the FQDN fact, which is going to be FQDN. So if you're confused, just try and look at the fact you gathered. You would see this information. You would see how the facts are being displayed, and that's the same thing we're doing here. So it's going to be Ansible fact, then of course kernel, and FQDN, Ansible fact FQDN. So let's save this and run a playbook syntax check, which is going to be Ansible Playbook, my 5th -- syntax check. So this is fine. Let's run the playbook. Now you can see the task, which is gather hqs dev1.technid.com fact, and the fact that we gathered on this machine, we gathered the kernel version, and you can see the message which says my kernel version is, this is the kernel version, and the FQDN of this server is hqs dev1.technid.com. So you can see the information or the system properties of hqs dev1.technid.com that we were able to gather. You will notice that whenever you run a playbook, the playbook operation time takes time because it tries to gather the facts, it tries to gather the information of the system you're running the operation against, and that's why it takes time. So in some scenarios, in some situations, you might not want to, you might not have that luxury of time. Therefore, you can stop Ansible from gathering facts automatically. And to do that, all you need to do is just to use the syntax gather facts false in the playbook. So let's just do that. Let's edit our playbook. So I'm just going to remove this. And here I'm going to add gather facts. I'm going to make it false. And task. So let's just use a very common task. Let me give it a task name. I can say install HTTPD, and I can use the John module. Of course, name HTTPD. So I can save this file, and let's try and run this playbook. You would notice that it automatically jumped gathering fact task. It just it didn't take time the way it usually takes time, unlike when we run our playbook and we did not include the gather facts false syntax. So it's only taking its time on trying to install HTTPD, and now this is done. So this is a way you can avoid the control node. You can make the control node not to always gather facts. In the next lesson, we're going to look at how to create a custom an Ansible custom fact. Alright, so thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel, share, like, comment. This is how you're going to help us to do more, and this is how you can pay us back. Alright, so thank you once more, and bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the second section of this lesson, which is the continuation of managing Ansible facts and creating Ansible custom facts. So in this lesson, we're going to create Ansible custom facts. Custom facts are the Ansible facts that are created by users, and these facts are not available by default. These facts can be stored locally on the managed nodes. So let's see how to create a custom facts file. To create a custom fact, the directory etc ansible fact.d must be created on the Ansible control node or on the managed nodes, and the custom fact file must have the .fact extension. So let's create a custom fact for the HTTPD package, and we can do that on the hqsdev1.technique.com. So I'm just going to SSH to hqsdev1.technique.com. So I'm in this server, so I can create a directory and say make directory etc ansible facts.d. So in this directory, I'm going to create the facts file for the HTTPD package. So I'm going to say vim etc ansible fact.d. So I'm going to call this httpd.fact. Don't forget it has to have the extension .fact. And like I said, when you're creating a custom fact file, you can do this using the INI data structure or the JSON data structure. We cannot use the YAML data structure to create a custom fact file. So we're going to be using the INI syntax in this case. So this is going to be basic, and package is going to be HTTPD. Service is going to HTTPD. State is going to be started, and enabled is going to be true. So I can save this file now. So let's go back to the control node and confirm that this fact actually exists. So I'm going to exit out of this node, and here on the control node I can do Ansible hqsdev1.technid.com. I'm going to use the setup module. So let me pipe this to this. No host matched. There is an issue here. Am I in Ansible directory here? Okay, I can see where the issue is. There is a mistake in the spelling. It's double ED and not single ED. So it's taking its time to gather the facts. Alright, so we can see some facts here. Let's see if we can see the new facts we just created on HQSdev1. Okay, so let's search for Ansible_local. Okay, so you can see the facts that we've created. Wow, error. Just going to restart this. Alright, so you can see the facts that we've created here. The local fact, the HTTPD, basic, enabled, true, and you can see that it's being displayed in JSON format. What we're going to do now is to use a playbook with this custom fact that we have created. So let's just create another playbook. So let's call this playbook my sixth playbook.yml. So here I'm going to be having the name of the play, install HTTPD, and the host is hqsdev1.technid.com, and the task is, I'm going to give it a task name. I can also say install HTTPD. We're going to use the YAML module to do this, and the name here is going to be the fact. So this is going to be Ansible. So it's like I said, fact is just some form of variable. So this is fact. We're using it as variable. So this is going to be Ansible_local. HTTPD. This is going to be basic. And here we're going to have a package. So I'm going to close this package. So here I'm going to have state present. Supposed to close here this way. Oh, we're not using the double. It's supposed to be double here. Okay, so this is fine. If I wish, I can also start and enable the HTTPD package. But let's stop at this. And then let's do our playbook syntax check. So this is fine. Let's run the playbook. We should have it to be all green because we already have the HTTPD package installed on hksdev1.technic.com. So it's trying to install the package using the facts. Alright, so like I said, we should have it all green, so this is fine. And this is how you can create your custom fact, and this is how you can also use your custom fact in the playbook. You can also check the documentation guide. Like I said, I'll be dropping the link to this particular lesson in the description box below. You can see how we use this custom file to start and enable the HTTPD service. So let's talk about magic variables. So magic variables are the special variables in Ansible, and these variables cannot be set by a user. It is owned by Ansible by default, and magic variables is also useful, and there are lots of magic variables. If you click this link, you will see the magic variables. We have a lot of them, but the most common ones are the host vars, the group underscore names, the inventory host name. So this is just to show you the inventory host names, and as we go on in this course, we're also going to be using this magic variables. And we've also used the magic variables to write a playbook and run a playbook, so you can check the documentation guide. So this is where we're going to stop as regards facts, managing facts in Ansible. So thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like, share and comment. Bye for now. Hi everyone, my name is Victor and I'm one of the authors of Technique. Today we're going to continue with our course and we're going to be looking at how to use Ansible loop with examples. Ansible also allows looping just as we have looping in programming, and Ansible loop allows the repetition of tasks as many times as possible. So for example, if you need to create users, say you need to create like 5 users, what you would actually need to do is to create tasks that will have to create 5 users. So this is an example of such. If you want to create these users, you would have to create the first task, which is create new user 1, you create another new user 2, you create another new user 3, and by doing all of these, of course, it's making your playbook long. And like we've always said, that it's good that your playbook, you can make your playbook as short as possible, as neat as possible, so that you can be able to troubleshoot and all of that. But if you look at this now, you're using the same module to create different users. All of these long writing of tasks can be eradicated with the use of loop. With loop, the codes in a playbook becomes fewer and it makes the playbook tidier, easier and read to understand. With loop, you don't have to write these 3 tasks. All you need to do is to make use of the keyword loop, and this keyword loop will make one task iterate over a list of the other tasks. So over a list of items, let me use that word. So by the time you iterate over the list of items, then you'll be able to create your users without having to write all this task. So how do we use loop? So loop is one of the Ansible plugins called lookup to make possible the loop process, and the lookup plugin is of different types, and there are quite a number of them. To see the different types of lookup plugins, you can use the command ansible doc, the type of plugin, which is lookup, and we're going to list the types of lookup plugin. So you can see that there are a lot of them. If you're searching for a particular lookup string, of course you can use the / to do that. And to get the detailed information about a lookup plugin, of course you can use the Ansible doc command. So we can use the type of lookup plugin. So the type of lookup plugin here is lookup. There is a lookup plugin called lookup, and then you can say list. So this will give you the detailed information of any lookup plugin to give you the examples of how you can use them. Before Ansible 2.5, the keyword that is used to create loops is with _ lookup. So let me show you. So this is the keyword that is used to create the lookup plugin, and like I've explained here, that if you want to create a loop with a list lookup plugin, so you have something like with _ list. If you want to create a loop with the file lookup plugin, for example, this is going to be with _ file. And just as if you want to create a loop with the dict lookup plugin, you're going to have with _ dict. So it's always with _ the lookup plugin. And also with the item lookup plugin, you will also have with _ item. So but after Ansible 2.5 upward, the with _ lookup was replaced. It was deprecated, and then it was being replaced with just loop rather. So you're not going to have with and lookup plugin anymore. You're just going to have the keyword loop. However, if you're still using the with _ lookup, it's still going to work. So for example, if you use with _ the item lookup plugin, it's still going to work. It's just that it's been deprecated. It's still working though. It's still working, but the new way to use a lookup plugin is with the keyword loop. All right. So when you use the keyword loop, this keyword will be able to iterate over a list of items. And when we say item, is just every single value inside of a loop. So let's see how we can use the lookup plugin or some lookup plugins, and also how we can use a loop in Ansible. So in the next lesson, I'm going to show you the step-by-step guide of how to use a loop in Ansible. So as usual, I'm going to be dropping the link to this website in the description section below. You can always navigate through. If you need to get any information, you can always get it. So thank you for watching, and bye for now. Hi everyone, welcome to the next section of this lesson, which is the continuation of how to use Ansible loop with examples. In our previous lesson, we looked at what Ansible loop is. We looked at how Ansible loop can be used. And in this lesson, we're going to look at the step-by-step guide of how to use Ansible loop in playbooks with examples. So we're going to start with looping over a simple list. and then we're going to loop over a list of hashes or dictionaries. So let's start with looping or iterating over a simple list. Ordinarily, if you need to create 3 users in the playbook, what you will need to do is to create 3 tasks with the user module. So for example, to create a user 1, you're going to have to create task 1. To create a user 2, you're going to have to create task 2. And to create user 3, you're going to have to create task 3. But with the use of loop, you don't need to create 3 tasks. So let's see the step-by-step guide of how to do this. As usual, we're going to go into the Ansible directory because this is where we have our Ansible configuration file. And in the previous lessons, we've been creating different playbooks and we stopped at my 6th playbook. So let's create another playbook. We're going to call this my 7th playbook. Alright, so here we're going to create a playbook and we're going to create 3 users with the use of a loop. So to start, of course, we're going to give the play a name. So I'm going to say create new users. So we're going to do this in hqsdev1.technic.com, and variables, I'm going to have to create variables. So I'm going to call this variable new users, and under new users I'm going to have I want to create the user Kende and the user Alex and the user Owen. So here I'm going to have the task section, and here under the task I'm going to give the task a name. I'm going to say create new users, and I'm going to use the user module. The argument is going to be name. So I'm going to iterate over a list of items. So this is going to be, item. Like we mentioned that items are the list. Items are the list you have. The list you have under a variable. It could be under a variable or under a file. So item is every single value inside of a loop. Alright. So here I'm going to have another argument which is state. I'm going to say present, and I'm going to have the loop keyword. You can see that the loop keyword is directly under the name of the task and not an argument. So indentations, like I've always said, matters. So the loop keyword should be directly under here, under the name, under the module, and not in the argument section. So loop is going to be new users. So I'm going to iterate over new users. I'm going to loop over new users. So that's why I'm having users. So now I can save this playbook. And let's do a syntax check, which is Ansible Playbook. My 7th playbook -- syntax check. So you can see that everything is fine. We don't have any issue. So now we can run this playbook. Okay, so alright, that's fine. You can see that the users have been created in hqsdev1.technique.com. You can see the items Kennedy, Alex, and Owen. If I log into hqsdev1.technique.com and I do etc password, so you can see that the users have been created, which are Kennedy, Alex, and Owen. Alright, so you see the way we used loop. If we're supposed to, okay, let me show you the playbook again. If we're supposed to, create 3 tasks to create these users, imagine that you can imagine how this playbook is going to be long, and it's also going to be stressful. You wouldn't want to go through all of the stress. Imagine you want to do something that is as long as this. So loop, that's where you should use loop. Loop in Ansible is very important. You can always iterate or loop over items, over a list of items. You can also write this playbook in this way as well. So if I edit here, so in task section, I can just erase this. I'm just going to erase this. So I'm going to remove the vars and I'm going to leave this as task. And here I'm just going to have the loop keyword. And the loop keyword, I can just say Kennedy, Alex, and Owen. So if I do my playbook syntax check, you see that this is fine, and I can also run the playbook. You can see that this is fine. So this is green because there are no changes made. So let's look at how to iterate over a list of hashes or dictionaries. So for example, let's create a playbook. Let me call the playbook my 7th or my 8th. Let me just say 8 PIGHT 8 play, or let me just say play 8.yml. So here I'm going to create a name, give the play a name, and I'm going to say add users to group, and here it's going to be host hqsdev1.technique.com, and here is going to be task, and I can say name, add users to their groups, user name, so I can have item.name, groups, item.groups, and I can have the loop keyword. So I can say name, Kennedy, groups, Bill, name, Alex, groups, finance, name, OE, groups, finance. So which means that this candy is going to be added to the will groups, while Alex is going to be added to the finance group. OE2 is also going to be added to the finance group. Finance. This can be useful when items have two values. In this case, we have the value user and group. So this is going to have to pass an array of dictionaries and to iterate over the list of users and groups. So if I save this file and do Ansible syntax check, or playbook syntax check, sorry, so that's going to be Ansible Playbook Play 8 syntax check. So this is fine. Let's run this playbook. Alright, so we have changes already. We have changes, and this is okay. You can also write this playbook in JSON format. So this is the JSON format on how you can write this playbook. As usual, I'm going to be dropping the link to this particular link in the description section below, so you can all easily click and navigate through. In the next lesson, we're going to look at how to run playbooks conditionally, on how to give conditions to when a playbook should run or not run. So thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel, share, like our videos. Bye for now. Hi everyone, my name is Victor and I am one of the authors of TechNeed. Today we're going to continue with our course and we're going to be looking at using Ansible handlers. So what is Ansible handlers? Say for example, you need to make some modification to your configuration file. So say you have like the Nginx configuration file and you need to make some changes to that file. Normally when you make changes to a configuration file, the ideal thing is that you restart the services so that the changes that you've made would take effect. So with the use of handlers, handlers can help you to do that. So handlers work in a way that, okay, if I make a changes, if this changes is successful, then you can call onto the handlers to make you restart the services rather that is attached to that configuration file. However, if the changes is not successful, then handlers will not even bother itself to run. So handlers is always based on the fact that, okay, if there's a changes made and you call onto the handler, of course handlers will help you to do whatever thing you say you should do. Say for example, it will help you to restart the services of the configuration files that you've made. So that's just basically how handlers work. So it is safe to just say that Ansible handler is an Ansible task that is called by another Ansible task with the use of the notify keyword. So with the notify keyword as in NOTIFY, sorry, don't mind my writing. With the use of the notify keyword, alright, handlers would work. So let's see an example of how to do this. In this example, we're going to allow the HTTP service on the firewall rule. So to do that, we need to create the playbook as usual, and we'll go to the Ansible directory and this is because we have the Ansible configuration file in this directory. So we're going to create the 10th playbook. So you can say playbook 10.yml. I'm going to give the play a name, and in the name I can say allow services on firewall hosts on HQS. This should be done on HQS step 1.technic.com, and task, I'm going to give the task a name, and the name is allow HTTP services on firewall, and I'm going to use the firewall D module to do this. And the name of the argument, which is the name of the service, is HTTP, followed by another state argument, which is enabled, followed by permanent. This is going to be true, followed by immediate. So I want this to happen immediately, which is going to be true. And like I said, you can call on to an handler with a notify keyword, and you can see where the alignment of the notify keyword. You can see the indentation. So with the notify keyword, I'm going to be calling onto the handler. So this is going to be the name of the handler. So because I'm going to name the handler restart firewall, so I'm just going to say notify, which is, if this is true, I want you to restart firewall. So which means if this operation works, then you should call on to the handler. So let's now create the handler section. So I can just give this another space if I like. Under task, like I said, indentation matters in writing a playbook. This is where you're going to be having your handlers. And here, you can give it a name, which is going to be restart firewall. So this is the name of the handler. So don't forget, on the notify keyword, this has to be the same because they're saying that you should notify this name, which is restart firewall. Alright. So under the name, you're also going to have the service, which is the name firewall D, and the state, which is restarted. So the first task, we allow the HTTP service on the firewall, and because the firewall service needs to be restarted after the changes, the notify directive here is going to notify the handler to restart the firewall this service if these changes that are made here is successful. So if these changes is not successful, then the handler will not run. So normally we could have actually created a separate task to restart the firewall these services, but let's just assume that you have a lot of tasks. You have tasks where you would need to change things in the configuration file, and some tasks where you would need to add some services in the configuration file. I mean, say you have 10 tasks. So are you going to have each task to always restart the services that are attached to what you've changed? I mean, that is going to be tedious, and I mean that is not even going to be smart enough. But with the use of handler, you can have several tasks, and you can just have one handler that is going to help you to always restart whatever services that you've made changes to. And that is why handlers is very important in writing playbooks. The notify keyword would always reference the handlers. You should also know that Ansible handlers is used at a task level and not at a plate level, and will only run once when it is called. The only time a keyword that is referencing a handler can be used at a play level is when you need to force an handler. So, for example, you can use the word that, oh, you need to force an handler, then you can use the keyword force handler equals yes. So, something of this nature, you can just say force handlers equals yes. So you can use this keyword to force handlers, and this can be used at a play level. But if you want to use handlers, handlers can never be used at a play level. It can only be used at a task level. So now we can save this file and we can do a syntax check. Oops. I wanted to do a syntax check. I can see that I've already started running the playbook. Well, that's fine. Let's see what happens. So this is fine. This has already been enabled on hksdev1.technique.com, and that's why you can see that this is green, and you can see that the handler did not even work because changes were not made. And you see what I've always said, that handlers will not run unless a change is made to the task that is calling the handler. And just because there are no changes that are made to the task that is calling the handler, you can see that this handler here, you can't say anything like handler here, handler did not run. So let's edit this playbook. Let me look for a task that is going to actually call onto this handler. Which service can we add here? Which service? Alright, let me do something. Let me look for the predefined services, so I can just do firewall cmd. So let me just look for some predefined services that I can add. There are a lot of them. Let me pick ISNS or DHCP. So let's pick DHCP. So let me edit this playbook again. I'm going to pick the DHCP service. Okay. So let's save this playbook and let's run this playbook. Alright, so there's a changes. Alright, so this is fine. So you can see that the DHCP services has been allowed on the firewall, and that's why you're seeing the yellow color here, like we've always established. And you can see that because that changes was possible, the handler to run, and that's why you can see that task called onto this handler, and the firewall these services was restarted, and that's why you can see changed color here. So this is fine. And you can also learn about firewall. If you really want to learn about firewall, we have a detailed course on firewall. Like, you will really understand how firewall works in Linux. So you can just go to technique.com, or even on your Google search, just type firewall technique. It will bring out the firewall course. On the course, you can click on the documentation, and from the documentation you can also check the video. The documentation will of course lead you to the video. So you have different lessons here on the website, on the YouTube channel. You can always learn from them. So this is how you use handlers in Ansible Playbook. And I'm going to say at this junction, thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like our videos, share our videos, comment. When you do this, you're going to help us to do more. You're going to help us to bring out more courses, and that's how you're going to help us to always help you guys too. All right. Thank you once more, and bye for now. Also, you can do the class activity on the website. As usual, I'm going to be dropping the link to the website to this particular lesson in the description section below so you can easily navigate through and follow through. Thanks once more. Bye. Hi everyone, welcome to the next section of this lesson, which is running tasks conditionally. So running tasks conditionally means that this condition should be met before the task can be run. So for example, if you want to install the Nginx package and you want the Nginx package to be installed only on CentOS or Fedora operating system, you can use the conditional statement or the conditional keyword, which is when. So you are saying that install Nginx when this operating system is Fedora or when this operating system is CentOS. So the when directive is used to run a conditional task. There are a lot of directives, there are a lot of operators that can be used to run conditional tasks. So as we go on in this course, we will learn more about them. But then let's see this with examples. Let's create a playbook to install the HTTPD package if the managed hosts are only CentOS and Fedora only. So this is the condition that is attached to installing the HTTPD package. So we'll go to the Ansible directory and here I can create a playbook. So let's call this playbook playbook9.yml. And here I'm going to have the name of the playbook, which is install HTTPD package on host all verse, which is variable. So the variable is going to be supported distros and this is going to be CentOS and this is going to be Fedora supported. So the task is going to be, I'm going to give a task name, install HTTPD. We're going to use the YUM module to do this. And the argument is going to be HTTPD state present. So we can use a conditional statement. I can say when Ansible distribution. So because this is a fact, I'm using a fact as a variable. I don't need to put this in inverted comma. So I can say when Ansible distribution in supported distros. So which means that the HTTP package should be installed only if this Ansible distribution is in supported distros, which is if only this or when only this Ansible distribution is CentOS and Fedora. That is when this should be installed. So I can save this file. Let's run the playbook syntax check. So let's run our playbook. So you can study what is happening here. You can, when you study what is happening, you can see the play which is install HTTPD package. These are the facts that have been gathered, and you can see install HTTPD. you can see that the task skipped. You can see skipping is skipped for this host, and it also skipped for this host, and that's because the operating system is not the operating system is Red Hat and not Fedora or CentOS. So if I do cat etc os release, you're going to see that the operating system is Red Hat Enterprise Linux version 8.1. So it's not a Fedora. Fine, it has an ID like a Fedora, but it's not a Fedora operating system. Neither is it a CentOS operating system, and that's why this task skipped. Alright. Some other examples of operators for conditional tasks are Ansible _machine equals, so this means equals 64-bit, which is x86_64. This also means minimum memory is less than 132. Minimum memory is defined that if the minimum memory is defined, minimum memory is greater than and equals to 112. So there are a lot of Ansible conditional operators, and also you can also see that you can always use the Ansible fact. And if you're not too sure of the Ansible fact you're using, of course, you can check the fact. You can use the setup module to get the Ansible fact, which we've already learned in one of our previous lessons. So this is an example that we created, and you can also use loop and conditional tasks together. So here is a playbook where we used a loop and conditional tasks together. So this is the loop, which is Ansible_mount, and this is the conditional task. So there are other examples, like I always do. I'm going to be dropping the link to this website in the description section, so you can always check, navigate through, and you can always do some class activity too as well. So thank you for watching, and please don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like our videos, share our videos, comment, and this is how you're going to help us to do more for you guys. Thank you once more, and bye for now.